Bem-vindos ao primeiro webinário internacional SEMBRA. Vamos conhecer as políticas e práticas de certificação da pesca e aquicultura adotadas em diversos países. Nosso objetivo é coletar informações que auxiliem a implantar um sistema brasileiro que tenha credibilidade e seja autossustentável. O pescado é um dos alimentos mais falsificados do mundo, por isso é fundamental garantir sua autenticidade. E isso seria possível graças a um processo de certificação. A certificação permite identificar as indústrias pesqueiras que seguem as práticas recomendadas internacionalmente. Através de selos de pesca, o consumidor tem a garantia de conhecer a origem dos produtos e saber se o pescado foi capturado de forma sustentável. É cada vez maior a demanda de consumidores buscando frutos do mar rastreáveis. Oferecer um pescado com certificação de sustentabilidade melhora a reputação do fornecedor e amplia suas oportunidades no mercado. Além disso, ele se diferencia dos concorrentes que não adotam as práticas recomendadas. Assim, leva vantagem competitiva e ainda promove a pesca sustentável. Certificações ou selos reconhecidos mundialmente também são indispensáveis para as indústrias brasileiras conquistarem o mercado internacional. Segundo a Associação Brasileira das Indústrias de Pescado, a ABPesca, a exportação de pescado para a União Europeia movimenta 62 milhões de dólares por ano. A certificação para as normas de pesca e aquicultura sustentável é abrangente e inclui uma avaliação prévia, bem como auditorias de monitoramento anuais contínuas das atividades. A pesca certificada deve atender a 3 princípios fundamentais: recursos pesqueiros sustentáveis, minimização do impacto ambiental e gestão eficaz de atividades de pesca. Na certificação de pesca sustentável, já é possível avaliar mais de 100 espécies. Para obter a certificação, barco e indústria passam por uma avaliação independente para atestar que seguem os padrões estabelecidos pela certificadora. A implantação de um sistema brasileiro de certificação da pesca vai beneficiar todos os envolvidos na indústria pesqueira, além de mostrar o compromisso dos operadores com a sustentabilidade e a autenticidade de seus produtos.
Dez, nove.
Bom dia!
Good morning.
Sejam muito bem-vindos
Welcome
ao primeiro
to the first international webinar SEMBRA, Fisheries and Aquaculture Certification and Accreditation Incentives for Implementation in Brazil. This is a remote event that comes to you in a live online format. Thank you so much for your presence, for connecting to this virtual environment of SEMBRA. SEMBRA stands for Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Ocean. If you wish to hear the English version, please click on English, and all content will be simultaneously interpreted into English. The accreditation or certification process allows identifying fishing and aquaculture practices that are internationally recommended through certificates issued by accredited organizations. Thus, consumers can purchase products captured in a sustainable way and, most importantly, know the origin of these products. By promoting this webinar, SEMBRA proposes to collect subsidies on fisheries and aquaculture certification policies and practices adopted by different countries in order to promote the implementation of a credible and sustainable Brazilian certification system. Therefore, we welcome the Brazilian and foreign speakers who very generously accepted Sembra's invite to join us in this webinar, and they have recognized the relevance of this content for the implementation of fishery and aquaculture certification in Brazil. Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Flávia Mastrobuono. I will be your host for this event, and on behalf of Sembra, I officially thank the General Coordinator of the event, Mr. Basílio Dagnino, for his invaluable contributions, and to the Coordinator Technical Officer, Professor PhD Gonzalo Zelato, for creating the event's content that everybody is about to enjoy. Now, I would like to invite to our welcome word the Executive Coordinator of Sembra, Júlio Soares de Moura Neto. Good morning. Welcome. My name is Júlio Soares de Moura Neto. I am an officer of the Brazilian Navy, retired admiral, and currently I hold the position of Executive Coordinator of the Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Sea, known as Sembra. Now, Sembra, the Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Sea, is a non-profit organization whose mission is to simulate, propose, coordinate, and run structuring projects and actions related to the study and the use of Brazilian Sea, also called the Blue Amazon, through the integration of stakeholders, especially following the triple helix model, which involves government, companies, and universities, and the application of the concepts of excellence aimed at the national development in this environment. Sembra is made up of founding partners, the Brazilian Navy, COPE. COPE is linked to the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and the Federal University of Rio Grande. Strategic partners, Fundação de Estudos do Mar, called FEMAR, and the Universidade Federal Fluminense, as well as specialists and experts and consultants and advisors. Thus, the Center of Excellence for the Brazilian Sea is pleased to promote December 1st International Webinar, Fishing and Agriculture Certification, with incentives for implementation in Brazil. We're speaking of dozens of countries that adopt such practices, which could be adapted to our specific needs. It should be noted that there are over 100 species that have already been certified or accredited by a large number of companies around the world. In this regard, it is worth mentioning that the work of accreditation and certification organizations, because they guarantee the required degree of confidence by attesting to the fulfillment of the rigorous requirements. It also should be noted that fish has an increasing importance in human nutrition, including the progressive growth of aquaculture, mariculture in particular. In the structuring project of Sembra, or Sembra's structuring project, in a book called Brazil and the Ocean in the 21st Century, there are chapters that offer available suggestions for the development of both areas. There are around 213 million tons of fish produced annually, of which about 43% are already certified or graded. Of these, almost 80% are destined directly for human consumption. In 2020, 93.3 million tons of fish were caught, and 101 million tons were produced in aquaculture. 58.5 million people depend directly on fishery and aquaculture, and we're speaking of nearly 600 million people who depend on them indirectly. These figures show the importance of this activity, not only from an economic point of view, but also from a social point of view. Sembra presents its most sincere thanks and greets to the distinguished guests, professionals, and from different areas who will present what is done in Brazil and in the world in this topic. I also would like to greet the virtual audience of our event, the main reason for this initiative. I hope with the knowledge that will be provided to this audience today, the audience will seek to learn more about all stakeholders so that we can increasingly improve the quality and sustainability of fisheries and aquaculture in Brazil. The benefits for producers and consumers by implementing fisheries and aquaculture certification and accreditation are quite evident, and I hope that all attendants by the end of these 2 mornings leave aware of their relevance to society. I wish you all an excellent webinar and that the results bring benefits to the country. Now, I declare open the first Sandra International webinar, Fishing and Aquaculture Certifications Incentive for Implementation in Brazil. Thank you so much. Now properly open. Thank you so much for your opening words, Admiral Julio Soares de Moura Neto. Now we have the honor to also announce to invite the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply, Marcos Montes, to his opening remarks. First and foremost, I would like to greet and say hello to Admiral Julio and Moura Neto, Sembra, and as well as my secretary, Mr. Jairo Niso. I also would like to extend my greets to all speakers from FAO. I also want to greet from our friends from the Japanese government, who is a major trade partner. So welcome to everybody from university, from society, from government, and from the private sector. Dear friends, I also want to highlight the importance of this event that pursues to implement accreditation and certification. Accreditation, traceability, systems have become more and more important. In several areas in the agribusiness is a practice and a demand, and we've been improving and expanding this to other supply chain practices. And this has given us better stage nationally and internationally speaking. Now, how to advance the practices in fishery with certification and accreditation. Now, agriculture and fishery are incredibly important for food security, for food supply, for work and employment generation. In Brazil, it's a unique moment. Fishing is part of agribusiness. We have enormous potential to be the major producer and exporter of fish and seafood. We've been making a lot of progress, and the perspectives are very much positive. The federal government has been supporting such initiatives and have been supporting the development of the sector by simplifying, running leaner, or means such as credit lines, accreditation nationally, internationally, research and development, driving technology, and the best practices for production. All that thinking about productivity, sustainability, and competitiveness. We would like to wish everybody a wonderful event. I would like to congratulate everybody who organized this event for such an important event and important topic, and I hope you enjoy the content. Warm regards. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We just heard from Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply, Mr. Marcos Montes. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your opening remarks and motivating in these activities. I would like to inform everybody that before we start the first panel, that if you wish to receive your attendance certificate, please register your attendance. How? Very simple. Find the event banner that is right next to the live transmission icon. If you're listening to the original audio or the Portuguese audio, click here to subscribe. If you are listening to this in English, just click here to subscribe, and you will find the English version. Now, because our panel is divided into panels, We will look forward to listening from our virtual audience and for their questions. Now, in order to submit a question, all you have to do is use the chat button. The chat feature is on the right-hand side on your screen. Please first tell us who you are and who you would like to address your question to, meaning to what speaker. Now that we have the opening messages, let's actually start the webinar. And for that, we would like to invite the moderator of panel 1, National and International Vision of Fisheries and Aquaculture Certification, Commander Frederico Nogueira. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Many thanks. I am very happy to join you, to have.
And I thank you, I thank Sembra for the trust given to me to moderate this first panel in this webinar, which is such an important event. This webinar that aims to continue the process for certification of fishing in Brazil. To move ahead with this activity, I will invite each one in turn, each one of our 5 speakers who will talk on their topics. And at the end of the last presentation, I will invite all to join us on screen so we can have a roundtable, a virtual roundtable. To our esteemed audience, I would like to inform you that you can ask your questions on the chat in the NetShowMe platform. And please always remember to tell us your name, your email, and who the question is for. To start and to talk about the topic, the view of the Secretary of Fishing and Agriculture for the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Supply on the certification of fishing and aquaculture, I have the honor to invite Secretary Jairo Gund. Dr. Jairo, the floor is now yours. Good morning, everyone. Just checking if you can hear me well. Everyone can hear me well. Loud and clear. Thank you very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here with our friends talking about this important topic, the certification of our fishing and aquaculture on the best use of our water resources with our seas. I will try to share my screen here with you. Let's see if it works. Do you see my screen? Can you all see my screen, please? Yes, we see your screen. Quite clear. You can move ahead, Dr. Jairo. So I'd like to introduce myself. I'm currently the Brazilian Secretary for Fishing. I've recently have taken this office, who was being coordinated by Secretary George Safey. And with our team here since 2019, we've been working in this view of certification, understanding that this is one of the most important tools to fight illegal fishing and to provide good sustainable development of aquaculture. I will show you some data that might be important, but it is important to highlight it and having an introspection because all of our actions are guided by this view. We have the Sophia plot by Falcon that was updated in the Oceans Conference in Lisbon in June. And here we have some data that gives us a few interesting indicators. Figures go beyond just narratives, just speeches. We have a panel here that shows that in regards to fish. I will first talk about fishing, then aquaculture. From the 1950s to the early 80s, we have a clear growth in the production, in the volumes captured by international fishing. The data we have in Brazil, although it is poor data, the data we have are coherent and consistent with this graph we have here. But the economic reality, when we analyze our value chain, shows us a direct connection with the data shown in the graph. So this growth of fishing up to the 90s, and from the 90s to the current day, we have a stabilization and a slight decline. If we draw a parallel line here, we have some oscillations. We have here what we could see that is a data gap. Something happened here, but in general, we have what we could call an EKG of fishing with ups and downs. And we can see here a global concern, which is the health of the fishery stocks globally. And contrary to the extremes that we have in speeches that the fishing is destroying the world, we are going towards stabilization. We have reached the limit, and we might even have gone over the limit in the last 2 or 3 years, with a drop in 4% in the volume of global capture. Of course, we have the pandemic that had a direct impact as well, but we've got to a global moment where we can no longer promote fishing without responsibility. Fishing has reached its limit. With a global expansion of 60 million people added per year to the planet, we don't have a way to think about increasing the figures in population that creates a pressure in the needs for fish, thinking only about capture. We need to find other alternatives to ensure food security. And here we have aquaculture as the major idea at the time. We see continuous growth in global levels. Fishing represents 51% of the volume, and aquaculture 49%. But as we're reaching the limits of fishing, aquaculture is increasing the production of fish using this type of production. In Brazil, fishing still represents 58% of the production and 42% being aquaculture. And in the Brazilian scenario, we have something that is favorable to our country because we still have waters available for culture. The Brazilian production mix, we produce 850,000 tons of aquaculture, and the production is basically in dug cages, the dams, particularly in Paraná, Santa Catarina, Mato Grosso do Sul, and Rio Grande do Norte with shrimp farming using this type of cages. But if we talk about free cages, using dams for production of hydropower, we're using less than 3% of our capabilities. We're the fourth largest producer of tilapia, for example, but we produce less than 3% of our capacity, using only the installed capacity in our hydropower dams, where Asian countries are coming up to their limits of production, which makes Brazil the powerhouse for the next few decades when we're talking about fish coming from aquaculture. And nothing more timely than, since we already know that this is global collapse for aquaculture or fishing, we need to work correctly in our aquaculture. We need to grow with environmental certifications, good practice certifications from the start so we can have solid growth. And while fishing and like the rest of the country, we are trying to recover the damage caused over the years and decades where we did not pay proper attention. Our position when it comes to this discussion on fishing, we are concerned about the certifications and the issue of plastics in the sea. We have been getting collections in sea animals that at beaches where we find microplastics in a large proportion of them. So it's not only fishing that we need to pay attention to. It's not just a matter of doing the certification of fishing, but we need to certify our cities as well, our public sanitation systems. We've taken good steps with the sanitation framework, but this is not our aspect, so I will not go deep into this, but we have to deal with the issues, with the damages. I have participated in several forums, and the problems are always the same, and we are concerned. The issue of dumping materials from contamination, nuclear waste, for example, which are being released in our oceans. While we're concerned only about how fishing is happening, we have another aggressions to our oceans that are happening at greater levels than fishing. But the global discussion is easier if you're only blaming the fisher than condemning those who live on land and are also damaging the seas. So the NGOs and other countries need to see the fisher as someone who's defending the environment. So we need to create public policies and actions so that they can mitigate the negative effects in the oceans. But going back to fishing specifically, where we have this discussion, we will soon talk about a few actions that we've conducted. Some are state policies and not government policies. This is important so we can understand and see the future of our fishing, our seas. Going back to food security, which is one of our main considerations in the ministry, there's the issue of the potential of our fishing production to be sustainable. Talking about primary numbers in the world, we are talking about 406 billion. Brazil is still representing very little in the international level. We are major importers of fish. We have a deficit of $906 million. So the world consumption of a fish is 20 kilograms per person per year. In Brazil is around 10. Yesterday I was at a lecture of the Portuguese government. I took the liberty of grabbing one of their slides. They have the ranking here of consumption of fish. South Korea, 78.5 kilos per person. Norway, 66.6. Portugal, 61.5. Worldwide consumption is 20.5. European Union, 22.5. Brazil, 10.5. The FAO recommendation would be 12 kilograms per person per year for a healthy lifestyle, considering the omega-3 benefits and other benefits from eating food. So when you look at this point, we can see that there are several analyses that we can do here. First, Brazil is the fifth largest coast in the world. We're not the fifth largest polluter. The pressure on sea resources, we have here the ranking of who is pressuring resources. Brazil is beneath FAO's recommendation. We're working so that we will increase our consumption, but in a responsible way. So it's very important that when we talk about production, we're talking about conscientious consumption. We can make demons out of our developing countries, particularly Brazil, with such a large territory. But when we look at figures, when we're not talking just passionately, we see that Brazil is in a great position in relation to the rest of the world, considering the global goals. If we talk about deforestation, for example, we have 66% of our native forests, just as Adam and Eve left them for us, while developed countries who have a very powerful speech on environmental protection have 5%, 10% of their forests. We see in European countries protesting because they wanted to increase to 10%, and by increasing to 10%, they would get to 13% of their area being preserved, while we have 66%. So in this scenario, it's important that we need to find a balance point in our actions, in our speeches, so that we can indeed move towards sustainability. Yes, we can move towards certification. Yes, we can move towards development with social responsibility, but each actor needs to play his role in not having its responsibility outsourced, and that developed countries should help us, help the developing countries in a practical way, not only with speeches, but also in practice. Brazilians, the NGOs, authorities, anyone who has an influence should be able to take a position to defend our country in the world. We are the world's food supply. We are examples to the world with the greatest environmental code and the most solid environmental framework in the world. We can safely say that if we are going to compare our actions, we are far ahead of the rest of the world. Within these projections we have here, we have a few trends when it comes to fishing. As I said before, we have a population growth, 7.8 billion people, 9.8 billion people to 2050. And the consumer profile has been changing throughout the world to increase healthcare and to improve consumption habits. And as a result, this pressure, this demand for fishing is created. That's another reason for us to look with attention to it, so we can feed the world, but we can feed the world with social responsibility, which is the worldwide discussion in Brazil is aligned to these policies. And as I've mentioned before, fishing is reaching its limits. It has stabilized. So now the focus is the sustainable management, having the control of capture and mitigation of overfishing. So thinking about food security, the focus goes to agriculture and fishing and its maintenance through responsible management and sustainability. I've mentioned before about our capacity. I'll move through it quickly because my time is short, but it's important to mention a few characteristics of our country. In addition to our capacity for production, which is still nascent for aquaculture, we have some food supply possibilities with fish, with some products that only exist in Brazil. High quality products which have nutritional and sensorial quality and can only be found in Brazil. So Brazil has a major opportunity to produce products such as tambaqui and pirarucu, which are fish from the Amazon that you only find in our country, so that we can, in a sustainable and responsible way, provide products that have the geographic indication, which is important for global positioning. When it comes to the certifications, Brazil has been promoting in all the chains, not only from the governmental side, but also from the Brazilian private sector that has always been searching for certification of its fishing activities. Our Brazilian companies were awarded in sustainable fishing event in Spain. Brazil has leapt ahead with a sustainable fishing model. When it comes to traceability, something that is also connected to sustainability, companies are also well advanced. This is work I have presented even before I thought before being in the government. This was published in 2018. I'm an expert in Industry 4.0, and I created the first Brazilian company with open traceability, where in the package, by scanning the QR code, you could see the entire traceability of the production of the industrial chain, where at the time there was a link missing, which was the government link. Since now I'm at this side here of the table with the government, we can conclude that as well, which is the traceability. Back then, I could get from the start when the fish was received in the industry to the final consumer. I could see when was it received, who was the employee who received it, when it was gutted, when it was packaged, who was responsible for the production, when was it loaded, how was it shipped, what's the distributor. So back then we already had this, but we still needed that initial link. What was the latitude and longitude that it was caught? And now from the side of the government, we already have this with the partnership of Global Fish Watch, open to the world and available on our secretary, where you can look at the boat and see, okay, where did it fish? What was the date? What was the area? What was the time? This is already open with data from the last 5 years. So through this, we can make assessments that are the basis for our certification, where we show the maps that capture data, we show the traceability of fishing locations, so we can assess if this boat has operated in a forbidden unit and a preservation unit. We have all of these data, and also when it comes to the fishing license and the entry data. So all of this data is crossed by the government, so we can issue our certification, and they are analyzed by our team here in Brasilia. So bringing together the efforts of the private initiative with the government, we already have the technology, we have traceability tools to ensure that our fishing is legal, is sustainable, and meets the international criteria. Obviously, when we say this, we are not saying we got to the final level. This is a continuous improvement process. We need to improve that in all types of fishing. It's not all types of fishing that we've managed to advance, but we've taken major steps, and we have tools that are being developed right now in the information technology, and part of them will still be delivered this year. Others will be delivered in the next 2 years. We have signed contracts. The development has already been started so that we can have more technological, robust tools, so we can have all of our fishing guaranteed to be sustainable and going against unregulated fishing. And the future is in the expansion of aquaculture. Another two that we've moved ahead during our management was sanitation and hygiene conditions. There are some bad situations that lead to good things. We lost our license to export to the European Union in 2017-2018, but we took a step back and we readjusted, something we had not done and we have been requesting since 2004, and Brazil had not done it yet, and we did it now. We have two legal frameworks that have been set with certified boats, both for the European Union through Ordinance 408 and Ordinance 310 to standardize the rules for national fishing. These are sanitation and hygiene requirements. Why are they important when it comes to sustainability? First, when it comes to back to the Sophia graph by FAO, we have an indicator that we can no longer capture. So what is the alternative we have? We need to add value. More and more we need to find alternatives to add value to limited resources. So the first step is to add value in the sanitation conditions. In this scenario, Brazil has created this rule. We had several trainings with our teams. We created the coordination in our secretary to provide sanitary support for primary production and ships, which we did not have yet. So we have a team that is dedicated in training and in certification, and we have advanced in this scenario.
And we also have been running several training courses in 2019. We actually have a team from FAO to support us in that sense, including technicians, experts, so we can make it better. So with this control, it's another way to stop illegal fishing, because companies not being able to get more fishes without the actual vessel being certified, with that particular point, it becomes a control point to actually tackle illegal fishing. So we have strengthened illegal fishing, strengthened illegal fishing tackling, and we have set another tool, really, another tool instrument to have sanitary control, adding value to our product. And then a number of issues that the private initiative come to play, which is actually to develop better products by these products. So in these actions, Brazil not only have in place certification accreditation, but is also fostering activity. It is not a fostering with subsidies. We actually reduced in this administration, and actually since 2014, we have reduced by 98% the diesel oil for fishery, aligned with international expectation in this process. There were other factors that drove this. This was not a single-hand decision, an isolated decision, but in this, with international, but we have been able to do this with financial lines so that the sector can improve their food and have better quality in preserving their own both the vessel fishery and also improve Navy safety. By the way, this week we have managed to include the artisanal fishing in to have access with the trade marine association together with the central bank, so we can add value to our fishing, thus improving fishing and sailing for our fishermen. So we see as next steps for Brazil, we're speaking about state policy and not only this administration's policy. So we are improving digital services and systems so that we can have more digitalization, more paper-free system, more transparency when it comes to data. We actually re-registering fishermen completely open. We have over 450,000 fishermen re-registered, so it's a major census for us, and that means completely open, transparent, with assessment per city, including gender evaluation, how many of the older fishermen are actual women, etc., so we can have better inclusion. Ultimately, these are the main outlook, and that's what Brazil has been applying when it comes to accreditation, registration, tackling illegal fishing. We've also been adding value of all our fish and also improving food security so that we can have better agriculture in Brazil. I thank you for the opportunity, and I am available on the chat. I'll be with you for a little longer. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay the whole morning with you. Here's Joris, he's my colleague. You can see him here on the screen. He will stay and he will be following the entire event, and he will be able to answer or address any questions or any problems. And I would like to once again, Admiral Júlio Soares, congratulations for the organization of this event. This is a major opportunity so that we can join strength and forces, so that we can work in a coordinated manner, so we can develop and ensure more sustainability and more accountability and environmental responsibility. Thank you so much. Enjoy the event. Dr. Jairo Gund, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. Now we will move on with our panel. And our next speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Nigel Howard Croft, Chairman of the ISO Technical Management Board, to speak on the topic certification, providing confidence in origin, chain of custody, quality, or sustainability. Dr. Nigel, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will say good morning, but I'm actually based in Portugal, so I should say good afternoon. In spite of the English name and the English look, I am very proud of being a Brazilian citizen, but I still miss my youth in England with the traditional fish and chips made out of gorgeous Norwegian cod that have disappeared for some time due to issues related to sustainability, fishery sustainability. So I'm not an expert in fishing or aquaculture, but my specialty, I am very proud to say, I am the Quality Brazilian member academy. I am part of the Academy of Member. I am a member of the Academy of Brazilian Quality for Aquaculture, and this is from this hack that I'm actually doing a presentation. Currently, I also preside a technical coordination group for all the standards and systems by ISO. So that was 9,000 ISO for quality, 14,001 for environmental, the 22,000 for safe foods, etc. So by preparing this, when preparing this presentation, I'm going to adopt an approach that is very basic, meaning there will be others who will explore every single topic more thoroughly. So when we're speaking about accreditation or certification, what do we mean by this? So I'm actually go to the 17,000 ISO and go to their vocabulary to do the compliance analysis. And they state, and I quote, it is a third-party, independent third-party statement. And the objective of this assessment is to say that this particular assessment has satisfied the necessary requirements. So this compliance assessment can be a product, a process, a service, a system. It can be several different things, conformity or compliance assessment or evaluation. So it can refer also to a product, process, service, or system, an organization or an organ, an agency, or to a combination of all these elements. Now, when we speak about fishing certification or accreditation, let's try and better understand throughout this webinar, what is it that we mean by this? Now, what we assume that in order to be certified, accredited, you need to have specific specs, specifications, meaning what are the specs? What are the requirements against? What is the list of requirements we are comparing against? And this list, just like the driver mentioned so well, can include regulation, meaning or that is pertaining to legislation that is compulsory, but there is also a set of standards that are all voluntary, some of them issued by ISO, ABNT, and other agencies that can issue that kind of accreditation, as well as voluntary sustainable standards. We will speak further about this, and specs, technical specs. Now, all requirements. Now, the voluntary standards, quote unquote standards, tend to adopt, tend to have a more and more and greater importance when we think about the involvement of consumers, especially when we think about sustainability. When we're speaking about accreditation and certification, we're speaking of satisfying needs and expectations. But the question is whose needs and expectations? To fulfill our needs and expectations, surely that is connected to, to product quality, the quality of the product. But we have, from 1985, the Buntlitz report defines sustainability as something that can reach our expectation and needs without compromising the future sustainability needs. So on our minds, that's what we should bear in mind, to have the future generations in mind. I ask myself, what are the expectations and needs coming from consumers? Definitely products, seafood, fish, that is of quality. Absolutely, surely. Nobody wants to get a rotten fish on their plate or any kind of food that will be harmful to one's health. But is it just about quality though, or are we talking something deeper? And in the last few years, we've been seeing, especially, I would say, in Europe, but also in other countries, and to a certain extent in Brazil as well. But what we see among the citizens, including the Brazilian people, that I include myself, not everybody is about aware and conscious about sustainable development issues, the goals, the sustainable development goals by the UN, environmental, social, and governance issues, as well as I've been actually championing this because it's not just about product quality and testing products. The question is how products are done and how our services delivered. Consumers today, when purchasing a new cell phone, for example, or contracting any kind of service, they are not happy
conscientizados com
to know that that particular product service is meeting demand. They want to know what is the environmental impact by producing that product. What are the social implications? Is there dignified labor? Meaning, is there dignified labor? Is there other sweatshops involved? So that kind of question pops to mind. So it is important to recognize that the expectation needs from consumers can be quite explicit, meaning say, I want a kilo of codfish, and not necessarily I'm gonna say that I want this cod coming from Norway, for example. But these are explicit needs. But there are also implicit needs. And these I expect, meaning have good taste. Will this actually be cod? Am I actually buying cod as expected? And does this fish have a traceable, recognized, that can be acknowledged that everything was fulfilled as expected? So, to that I come to what we call in English VSS. VSS is voluntary sustainable standards. For some time I was chairing fair trade. Now, this is huge. Fair trade now is huge in Brazil. Very little known in Brazil. My great friend and peer, King, he now chair NSC, which is the Marine Steward Council that is about also good practices and standards related to marine and sustainable fishing. So, speaking about voluntary sustainability standards, what is that? These are standards and practices that assure that products are being produced, processed, and ships according and in compliance with sustainable parameters, environmental and basic human rights, labor laws, and gender equality parameters. So all in accordance with that. Now, what do I understand? What is my understanding? What are the major questions that we need to ask ourselves throughout this webinar? The question is, what are the questions that we need to answer when we actually think about certification, about certifying, accrediting this kind of practice? The first is to define criteria, meaning what are the prerequisites that we're actually certifying to, that we're accrediting? The first are the fish is good quality. That's surely and obvious. In that, we have standards like ISO 22000 for safety, hazard analysis, control points, as that. We also have Brazilian standards, the 1637456 for aquaculture, they're called the ABNC standards. Second, like Jared just said, fish, we need to know that fish is actually, the fish inside is actually what is stated in the package. So we're actually tackling counterfeit, which is a major problem internationally. With that, we get to the custody chain, pardon. The custody chain is about new tools that we didn't have 20 years ago. Now we have blockchain in the 4.0 concept, quality, all of that is very important. And the methodology used to capture and fish all sustainable, especially when we talk about overfishing. It's not just about overfishing. We also have damage to other species, environmental damage to corals, for example. Potentially practices can be harmful to aquaculture, discharges antibiotics that actually causing harm and disease in the natural fishing environment. We also need to take into consideration social and environmental aspects. Fisher people, fisher persons, not fishermen only, but fisher women, fishermen, work conditions. Now I would like to refer to Iman Rubina's book. I read so carefully with a lot of gusto and frustration, Ocean with No Law, that is called his book. He actually puts in perspective everything that happens outside of the national frontiers, borders. And actually speaking about accrediting all elements above mentioned. Then we need to think, now, Brazilian, thinking about Brazil, Akbar acknowledges that there are international certification schemes that are very well consolidated for sustainable agriculture and fishing. And we're speaking of MSC, Aquaculture Sustainability Stewardship Council, MSC, MASCC, as well as SSC 23,000. That means we need to decide what is it that we want for Brazil. International schemes applicable to Brazil, apply to Brazil, or national schemes more adjusted to Brazilian reality, not necessarily internationally acknowledged. So we're thinking, do we want rigorous schemes, or do we want more accessible kind of schemes, like the opening video? Very nice to see the little fishermen from the countryside, from the coastline of the north, local fishermen. But now we have international standards that are expensive, very rigorous. I don't think they can ever be feasible to actually be implemented by small fisheries. So we need to find ways, just like we need to find balance, middle ground. What is the right measure for our Brazilian reality so we can actually do not put anyone out of business? In conclusion, there are several different types of requirements in our market that is more and more demanding. That means we need to take into consideration the demands from consumers, and I mean national consumers and Brazilian legislation, but we also need to take into consideration requirements coming from international markets And here, I mean, not only legislation-wise from countries that we're exporting to, but what are the expectations, demands coming from these international consumers? Because if their demands are not met, we can actually find technical roadblocks, not necessarily explicit in their legislation, but blocking export of our products from Brazil to other countries. So I'd say accreditation provides confidence that all these requisites, prerequisites, specifications, the standards that we will define, all of that will be met. I would say the first fundamental step to develop the Brazilian Fishery and Aquaculture Certification Accreditation Brazilian scheme is to define the prerequisites that need to be met. With that, I think I have not exceeded the time allotted to me. I would like to thank for your attention, and I will be around to address any other further questions in the panel. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nigel Croft. Indeed, excellent presentation and very clear presentation. Very thorough, very clear. I also would like to tell you, to congratulate you for your British punctuality, for bringing so sharp and speaking within the time frame given to allocated to you. Let's move forward. Now, Dr. Cynthia Miage, unfortunately, could not join us live. So she is with us, but not with live. She has apologized and she has submitted a video. And I would like us to hear from her now. Let's hear her video, the message that she has for us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cynthia Miage. First, I need to thank the SEMBRA for the invitation to participate in this webinar. Sadly, I couldn't join you live. I had to record my presentation, and I hope that the topics and the approaches I show you will contribute to our discussion. I was invited to talk about Brazilian initiatives to support fish sustainability. I worked for many years in private education and education. I've been working with a consulting company that works with the market when it comes to the sustainable consumption, whether it's for agriculture or fishing. But today I will be considering particularly examples in the fishing area. In 2008, we had a multidisciplinary extension work, and we created the first sustainable fish consumption here in Brazil for Santos and the seaside of São Paulo, where the university I was working was located. We gathered data that were available at the time on the species that were consumed the most in the region, and we prepared this table where we were recommending the consumption of a considerable number of species. In the Bon Appetit green box, the species that should be consumed in moderation, whether when buying in a market or at a restaurant, and those that should be avoided, and also the species that should not be eaten, that was still quite restricted, but that the public should be informed about. This information to the public has been shown to be quite important and quite in demand. We had many requests to reproduce the data on this guide. We had a lot of repercussion in the media, and we noticed how difficult it was to get data to support consumption recommendations in Brazil. And we started to search for information that resulted in 2014 in this workshop for the redesign of the responsible consumption. We invested major resources in a project, but the Friendly Fisher project, with the support of Petrobras, allowed us to do a workshop inviting experts from all of Brazil to discuss the methodology used to regulate the consumption in Brazil. We brought representatives from the Seafood Watch program, which was one of our inspirations for the guides. And from this discussion and methodology, we invited the several different actors in the Brazilian market, and this resulted in the publication of the second version of the guide in 2014, close to the publication of the Ordinance 445, and the discussion of the threat to species that were fished and consumed, and information to the consumer led to a demand for information, coherent, concise, and this led us to organize a seminar, an academic seminar, initially in 2015, with the Seafood Watch program. We brought together several actors involved in different steps in the marine fish production in Brazil, and we started a very interesting discussion on the solutions that could be feasible in the Brazilian context. So since 2015, MSC and ASC have joined us in this discussion, looking for a better way to communicate with the consumers and how to value the fish that was produced sustainably. In the path of this discussion, we also started working with international organizations. Since we didn't have someone to provide support in the Brazilian market, we started to look for initiatives throughout the world. And at an invitation of Seafood Watch, we work with Seafood Ratings Alliance, with organizations that do consumption recommendations throughout the world. And they produce guides that are meant for the end user. So we started a discussion on what would be the criteria used by each of the institutions in an attempt to equalize, or at least to push and boost one another, trying to go beyond the difficulties that were common to us. Likewise, Conservation Alliance created from 2020 a worldwide hub, a local platform for communication on those who were interested in sustainability. We integrated this global hub since 2021 in this discussion in international platforms. The major discussion in all of these forums was how the information that gets to the consumer, how it needs to be coherent. When the consumer sees a seal or an information, this information needs to be based by an organization, by a third party, a government, whatever, that will provide credibility to such information. When the consumer sees conflicting information, they start to doubt them. As a result, we create a scenario where there's more questions than solutions. So the cooperation processes have been quite important in this journey, so that there is no rework on different information. And even in this global scenario, this international cooperation, which is quite recent, has shown us that the advance towards a scenario of globally offering sustainable fish will only happen when all initiatives are joined together. Because if we look to a global scenario, only 6.3% of the commercially explored fish is in fact certified. So, although in the last 2 years there has been a greater volume of fishing in certification, we still have a deficit of information that is quite considerable in global terms. Since none of these institutions alone can push this process forward, these platforms become quite interesting. So in this aspect, this today's event is quite interesting in the exchange of information, in cooperation, in the collective impact that we can all have when it comes to fishing in the Brazilian scenario. So since 2018, when this was created, we've been working with Carrefour Brazil. Carrefour Brazil is the largest retailer in Brazil. It's the largest retail chain in Brazil. And more recently, with the purchase of the big group, it has grown considerably. Fresh fish in the Carrefour network will become more and more significant. And they have a public commitment, which is Web for Food, for concrete actions for the sustainability of their products. They have a seal, an institutional seal, taste and quality, that grants or imposes some criteria to the products that will be sold in their chain. When it comes to fish, they wanted 50% from sustainable sources up to 2020. We were able to reach this level with their own seal, but there's still a long path to be followed due to several mishaps and issues related to the pandemic as well that have led to a few setbacks in Carrefour's numbers, but we'll keep on advancing. And one of the important initiatives are the farms. For the first time, we have brought in two situations in 2017 and 2018. We brought the Carrefour suppliers to join this conversation. Many of them don't even know that these criteria exist. They don't know how to document the origin issues. So we started to discuss traceability, which is a very important topic in this context of certification. In 2020, we also started working with another international group, with the Iberostar group of hotels, 100 resorts distributed throughout the world. We have two in Brazil, in Forte Beach in Bahia, and a boat hotel in Manaus. They are a bit more daring. They want to have 100% fish from sustainable origins by 2025. They already reached it in Mexico. In the end of 2021, they have already reached this goal. And here in Brazil, they were facing difficulties because they bring the criteria that are used internationally. So both Carrefour and Iberostar had to face with the scarcity of certified products in the Brazilian market and a certain difficulty when we managed to get certified fish. Many of them come from abroad. We do not have certified products available in the Brazilian market. And from the point of view of client experience and tourism, the Iberostar Group in Bahia has an activity which is shrimp, the typical dishes. Many of them are based on shrimp, and we need to improve and create this local improvement. So environmental sustainability is attained with imported products, but at the same time, we're generating a carbon footprint, an intense carbon footprint by importing. So they're adopting a new posture now, which is lift up local. So we're going to look for local examples to find strategies for improvement for the local market. It's also a matter of the legacy that the network will leave in each of the countries. So currently, our goal for Iberostar in Bahia is to work with the supply of shrimp for hotels. In the international market, we also have other national initiatives. Ocean resources such as tuna, for example, have good penetration in the international market, and they do require certification. So we've been working with the Sustainable Tuna Alliance. This alliance called Open Tuna has other partners. We have Global Efficient Watch. We have onboard observers in Pernambuco in the bycatch issues, and Oceana deals with the onboard maps and digitalizing these aspects and the training of the crews. So the major protected areas and oceans require advanced technology so that we can indeed ensure the origin of fish in remote areas. So ICM Bio, through a shell catch company, is developing the Partners Program, which is monitoring through images. This is a camera or several cameras that have been installed in each boat, working in protected marine areas and in the management of ICM Bio, so that we can collect data regarding this. We can value fishing, whether in the international or national markets. Likewise, this technology can be used in another scale, which is the artisan scale, the small scales. Currently, we have in the coast of the state of São Paulo, where I work mainly, we have protected sea areas that require data for management. So at the same time, we're working by adding cameras and small boats so the fish can reach the market or the consumer with a digital label with a QR code that will provide data in terms of origin, in terms of quality, and in terms of legality of the fish. Finally, not to overextend myself and go over my time, I like to bring to the discussion. Sadly, I will not be able to be in real time with you for Q&A, but this is the assessment I make of the attempted certification processes in Brazil. We have several tools available. We have several ongoing initiatives, but we cannot think that the only tool we have today is certification. Because if we think that only certification alone will solve issues in Brazil, we take the risk of working such as the hammer in the image trying to hammer a screw, when a different tool could provide the expected result. So this is part of my contribution for this discussion. I'd love to be live with you to answer your questions, but I'm at your disposal whenever you want. I'll leave my contact information here on the last slide, and I hope this information can help to promote a richer discussion in the next steps following this webinar. Thank you very much. I'll ask Commander Dagnino, the event coordinator, to thank Dr. Cynthia on our behalf for her lecture. It was quite instructive, and it was also quite educational. And I'd like to warn our audience that since she won't be here to answer questions live, I would like to ask you to, if you have any questions for Dr. Cynthia, please send them. You can send the questions on the chat, but please add your email because they will be answered subsequently via email. Thank you very much. To continue with our panel, we will invite Dr. Aldo Lan,
Aquaculture Division, para sua apresentação intitulada em português.
For his presentation titled World Vision of Fishing and Aquaculture for Certification. Dr. Lam, for his presentation, will speak in English. Dr. Lam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, sir, and a very nice good morning or good afternoon to all of you. I'm pleased to salute you from Rome, or from not really from Rome, but from Italy at least, not far from Rome. I'm really grateful for the invitation and for organizing such a varied and dynamic webinar. I think the scope of the presentations you have, the many varied both geographical and topical presentation is really good, and will really hope to inform the audience about this very important topic. I'd like to just comment a little bit on the previous speaker, what you said, that certification is not the solution to everything, and that is of course correct. Certification is an important tool, but it's just one tool in our kit book, in our toolbox. And there are many other tools, but certainly it does have a legitimate and very important and increasingly important role in fisheries management, in communication, and also in achieving many of the goals that we as policy makers want to achieve regarding fisheries and aquaculture. Now let me try to, let's see. Can you see my screen now?
This is present as note.
Let's see.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, very good. Thank you. In my presentation that will not last 15 minutes, I will focus on certain aspects of certification, and I would like to highlight that there are many purposes of certification, or many reasons why countries, why policymakers, why consumers, why operators look to certification as an important tool. And over the last 20, 30 years, we've also seen that this focus has been changing. In the beginning, certification in our sector, in fisheries and aquaculture, arose because of concerns, legitimate concerns, about the future of our fish stocks. And that led to the creation of the MSC, which was, of course, a joint venture between WWF and Unilever, etc. And from then on, we have a number of other schemes and other standards, and we see more and more products certified in the market. And this focus on sustainability, or environmental sustainability, was the focus in the first 10, 15 years. And of course, it's still important. But then, as more and more products and stocks and fisheries or aquaculture became certified, then also the importance of being able to access markets, the importance of being able to sell your products to especially certain geographical markets and certain retailers became sort of the main overarching issue. And this was more or less in the 2020 to 2020s. So, and it's important, of course. Access to markets, access to retailers, access to distribution channels is still a fundamental reason why people want to certify. But then it has been more and more also a way of communicating. Certification is a way of communicating a company's beliefs, a company's efforts, a company's values to its customers, to its consumers, but also policymakers. We know that more and more countries set up their own standards, their own certification schemes. Maybe one of the first ones was Alaska, so not a country, but a region within a country. We have similar schemes in Iceland, in Ireland, in Japan, and we know a number of countries that look into specific certification standards for the entire sector in the country. And that is a way of communicating to the world, to consumers, to the customers abroad, that certification in improving the sustainability of the fisheries and aquaculture sector is something that the country is taking very seriously, and that is being communicated to the wider world. Now, I will just mention a little bit about sort of the timeline that it all started in the 1990s. We had WWF and Unilever and the MSC. We had the establishment of Global Gap. Later, FAO was brought into this, and FAO has in fact endorsed a number of guidelines for how to certify, whether it's marine capture fisheries, inland fisheries, or aquaculture products. And there are a range of various happenings around the road until the 2020s. And this is still going on, and we'll see more and more of these happenings in the arena of certification happening. Just like we've seen up to now, we will see a lot of changes in the future. And I mentioned FAO after the endorsement and approval of the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries in 1995. We also have developed guidelines for how to eco-label marine capture fisheries, inland capture fisheries, and aquaculture certification. And these guidelines are being used by member countries, but also by the standard setting bodies all over the world when they implement and design their various schemes. And the result is a number of certification schemes and standards and labels, which many often will consider being confusing, because it's very difficult for not only for consumers but even for companies to navigate this jungle or sea of all the different labels and certification standards, and be able to choose between them and really know the validity behind them, whether they're all valid, what they really focus on, because all of these focus to some extent on a little bit of different things. So what's in one label or behind one label is not necessarily what's behind the other labels. And this has also come to a situation in which a lot of products that we see internationally now are either certified or rated. In fact, as my previous speaker said, maybe around 10% of what we are producing is in aquaculture and capture fisheries is certified, maybe around 10%, but it's growing quickly. But what is rated and what is rated on various scorecards is in fact much more, and maybe as a total almost 40%. So we see more of products entering the international markets are either being certified or they're being rated through scorecards. So in any case, there's a lot of information coming out there to operators and to consumers. And in fact, because of this confusion, because of all these labels, another initiative arose, which is called GSSI, or the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative. And this is an initiative that builds on what we in FAO has done, especially on benchmarking, in benchmarking, in trying to avoid duplication, trying to ensure that if one, for example, supermarket chain is requiring its customers to certify it with one label, they will not then ask them also to have other labels if all these labels have been found to be benchmarked and all these different schemes have been found to be in harmony with the FAO guidelines or other international instruments that have been agreed. Now, market access is still very important, I mentioned. And for example, if you are interested in the whitefish market in Europe, you probably know that in some markets, there's no way you will be able to sell to the big supermarket chains if you don't have certain labels for your product. So market access has also become, or still remains, a fundamental issue why companies choose to certify. But also the issue here of corporate communication is becoming more and more important, whether it's communicating to your customers, other companies, or to the end consumer at the retail level. So communication has become more and more important, whereas environmental sustainability remains important, market access remains important, but certification as a tool of communication is now becoming more and more important, and more the reason why not only companies but also whole countries are developing national standards and schemes for eco-labeling. Now, what about the future? Well, I think we'll see more and more traceability systems in place to ensure that you can really trace back to source the product, and also forward to make sure that it really follows the certification chain of custody. We see more and more use of new technology, whether it's blockchain technology and others, in order to ensure that the information flow is there and available to the operators. We'll see more and more the approach of ecosystem. So we'll see not just the certification of one fish stocks or one fisheries, but we'll see the certification in all its complexity, seeing sort of regions and areas of ocean being certified together. And then also we'll see much more inclusion. So we'll see the role of developing countries and the role of small-scale fisheries and aquaculture farmers being receiving much more focus than in the past. We'll see a number of more improvement projects, how to ensure or how to assist policymakers and fisheries management and also in aquaculture to reach certification, or at least to improve the situation. We'll see much more cluster certification, especially in aquaculture, as we've seen in Asia. I mentioned already, we'll see, and we are seeing more national and regional standards, but also, maybe most importantly here, we'll see a shift of focus from the environmental sustainability to more social responsibility. So not just an exclusive focus on the fish or the seafood or whatever, but also on the millions and millions of men and women that are involved in whether it's a production or processing. And this issue of human rights, of living conditions, of labor rights, and also decent working conditions will more and more be a fundamental parameter when we certified fish and fishery products in the future. So with that, I thank you for organizing this and thank you for inviting me. Back to you, sir.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Lam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lam. Although your presentation was brief, it was incredibly clear and enlightening. Thank you so much. And I hope that you'll be able to stay with us until the end, because we will be, after this presentation, we will have a debate discussion. Now, moving on with our panel, I'd like to invite Dr. Tiago Isidoro. He is the Deputy Coordinator at the Agriculture and Supply São Paulo Secretary. And he will have a presentation called Enforcement Sanitation Challenges and Establishment, and also assisting and supporting fisher people and fisher producer. Dr. Isidoro, you have the word. Thank you so much, Mr. Federico. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, Federico. Thank you for the partnership. Thank you for the patience. First and foremost, it's such a pleasure and an honor to be part of this team and this event.
Feitas, né? Opa. Vamos de novo.
Parece que estamos com algum problema de transição.
Ah, mas ele já será identificado aqui. Pá. Bom, a mim cabe o desafio de falar desafios da inspeção de pescado, né? Eu dividi a
We're going to speak about the challenges, fish challenges, industry challenges, and as enforcement and surveillance challenges. So besides as sanitation secretary, I'm also a university professor. So I always say that so that people become more sensitive to the situation. Do you see my slide?
No.
Because
No.
you do not see my slides? Okay, here I go again. I'm going to try and share again. Apologies.
Okay.
Bom, enquanto nós tivemos aqui alguns problemas técnicos.
You're having some technical. You have this other presentation. We're having a little bit of issue because your audio was not coming now on the next show me. So the audience could not hear you anyway. I can see, for me, I can see my presentation. Do you see mine? Do you see my presentation?
Não está em modo de apresentação.
You have to click on the presentation mode. I'm being told that you need to click on presentation.
Para nós está em modo normal, tá? Aquele púlpitozinho lá embaixo.
Ó, aqui, webinário, apresentação de slides.
Não, para nós está aparecendo. Eu não sei como é que está para o pessoal lá do chat da NetShowMe. Eu vou ver se eu consigo entrar lá e vejo.
Certo, o pessoal do chat nos oriente, fique tranquilo, é uma apresentação breve. Para mim, está.
Foi, tá.
Está?
Sim.
Ok, agora, Thiago.
Perfeito, senhor Federico.
Please, go ahead.
Beleza, desculpa a parte que me toca. Então, eu dividi a apresentação em 3 blocos.
So my presentation is divided in 3 topics: fish industry and our challenges, meaning how can we, surveillance and enforcement, can actually work with the new industry profile, etc. We have these 2 quotes that we hear frequently. Do fish rotten very easily? And when we talk about fish, we mean seafood, turtle, so everything that is in the water. Do they cause allergy? There are several allergies to seafood and fish now. And now fish and seafood allergy is like lactose intolerance. And that happens because is this diagnosis? I'd say the 2 challenges are together. Actually, it is the same topic, and this is the challenge of fish and seafood. It is true that everything that comes from the ocean does rotten more easily, because it doesn't have as much carbohydrates. Once it does not have as much carbohydrates, when we think about the mortis vigor, it has pH diminishment, and acidity goes high, and acidity actually helps bacteria proliferation, and that makes it to deteriorate quicker. The same is, as this deterioration, and this is intrinsic to meat, you will have deformation of several compounds. So everything that causes the rotten smell and the ocean smell. And among them, we have histamine. Now, histamine is a natural anti-allergic. And then the question is, do people have allergy to seafood or deteriorated seafood and fish? Naturally, a product that is being degraded. Now, the industry challenges, or I would say, if I start talking about it, I will never come to an end. So it is a cultural thing, I would say. Here we need the webinar just to speak about challenges from all the chain stakeholders, because we have very much ideas that are canned, like we've seen on the social media. The industry wants to work, enforcement and surveillance has an antagonic kind of role, and when we are there, we're very much partners, even when you are actually enforcing and fining, and they're actually asking for guidance. Here I have some images of some of our action. It is a bit dark. This is due to several problems. for labor reasons and sanitary reasons. Now, this product should be on the floor, and this floor, this kind of flooring for our house, it's fine, but this kind of cleaning is not done. So you can see some contamination, cross-contamination and elements, because as a raw material will be manually placed in the clean. I don't think this is the best way to clean the boxes that get to any kind of facility, even if it's for external use. And this is the sanitary set for cleaning hands and boots. And we said, it's Friday because we're going to clean everything. So this is a sanitary block. It should be on at all times. It should be the sanitary hygienic procedure for all staffs and visitors at all times. Here we have a very complicated scenario. You see two different kind of products in different manipulation handling stage in the same facilities. So the packaging and the salmon in the same. That's cross-contamination. The hand that is handling the card boxes will then handle the fish meat, and the bacteria in the cardboard will cross-contaminate the fish, and that's supply chain cross-contamination. Now, this is the average. There are wonderful facilities, yes. There are worse facilities, yes. And there are average facilities, meaning there are facilities of a nature of all of all standards, and I value surveillance work. And I was actually concerned when putting together this presentation because I didn't want to expose anyone, so I don't have photos of actually work. I don't want to criticize the industry. I want to show the challenges that they have for self-control implementation. Mainly something that is in the academia is not really reflected in the practice. Sometimes it's very difficult to put into practice. Inspection includes pathology, biochemistry, so many different knowledges, and to translate this to industry everyday work, it is a challenge. And I work at an agency that wants to have this kind of sense, saying, let's work with guidance, let's work together. Undoubtedly, the standards that come for sanitation, enforcement, and surveillance is about guidance inspection, guidance operational inspection, so that we don't have the state and private sector in antagonic kind of roles and not opposed to industry production. And we always say, we always tell people, eventually, for example, in a public transport, people ask me, but do you fine people? I said, yes. Don't mix the message with the messenger. This is a case. Don't shoot the messenger. This is a shipment package and the fish was in the same chamber. That's a serious sanitary risk. So we need to issue a fine. But that doesn't mean, though, that this is me. This happens a lot. People say, the sanitation people just came and fined me. I am here to enforce the law. I am there not as a person, an individual person doing my personal decisions and my discretion, but representing an agency. But I'm also here to guide, and that includes artisanal work and industrial work. We're here to actually guide, because ultimately we are people in this industry who keep in touch, who keep in touch, who try and work together and trying to have a camarade kind of relationship. And the industry and people and trade as well. And everybody in the street shouldn't be surveillance and enforcement as something that is to impede production, that is a quality situation. I am passionate about what I do. I thank you. I thank Sembra. I thank Mr. Federico, Giovanna, everybody who've been patient with me because it's been very interesting to join you in this webinar.
O Thiago,
Thiago,
atender bem aos nossos convidados,
to actually
até
welcome
porque
our
são
guests
vocês que
well,
estão nos
because
ajudando
it's you are the people who are helping me,
tornar esse
who are
tema
helping us,
mais
who are
conhecido,
actually helping to make
para que
this
a
a more
ciência
acknowledged
possa
and known
cada
topic,
vez mais
so that it can bring more
tornar essa
awareness
população
to our
a
population, more awareness as to how to demand quality
isso
products
pode ser
and
garantido
how
pela
that can be
certificação.
assured by accreditation,
Uma
certification.
característica importante
The
dessa
one topic that
apresentação
really matters when
é
watching your
que ela foi
presentation that
feita
came out to me is, that came
direcionada
across to me is,
também para o cidadão.
your presentation is
Dizendo
also
o seguinte, olha,
geared for the common
é
layman
isso que está
system,
acontecendo, você não tem
telling
alergia,
you
você
this is what's happening. Not necessarily do you have an allergy. Maybe
deteriorado.
you're eating deteriorated
E nós estamos aqui
fish,
trabalhando para
and we're here
evitar que
working
isso aconteça.
to avoid that
Muito
to
obrigado.
happen, so that it doesn't happen. Thank you so much for your brief presentation.
Bom, eu peço então,
Right.
eu
Now I
peço
would like to please ask
que
you
você fique na sala
that you stay in
para
the
que eu
room
possa dar início
so that
ao
we can
debate.
begin the debate.
Infelizmente, o nosso
Unfortunately,
tempo,
our time
o nosso tempo é limitado.
is
Então,
limited,
as perguntas que não
so the
puderem ser
questions
respondidas ao
that will
vivo,
not be addressed live, I kindly ask
enviem
that you
seus
please
e-mails para que a gente possa
submit your email
transmitir
address.
essas perguntas
We will then convey your
para os
questions
nossos
to
participantes
our
e serão
speakers,
respondidas
and the questions will be
posteriormente.
answered later.
Em
Okay?
princípio,
In
as
principle,
perguntas dirigidas
all questions
ao
addressed
Dr. Jairo
to Dr.
e à
Jairo
doutora Cíntia
and Cynthia
precisarão ser
will
respondidas
have to be
e não serão
answered,
respondidas ao
won't be
vivo,
answered live.
porque
Why?
a Cíntia não pôde
Because
comparecer
Ms. Cynthia was not
e o
able
Dr.
to
Jairo
attend,
precisou se
to join us
ausentar
live, and
devido
Dr.
a
Jairo
outros
had to leave
compromissos
due
de
to
agenda
other
já previamente
commitments
estabelecidos.
that had been previously set.
Eu agradeço, nós tivemos
Therefore,
aqui,
I thank you.
deixa eu voltar aqui para o começo,
Let me go back to
porque
the beginning.
realmente a excelência das apresentações
The excellent presentation
enorme interesse da nossa audiência.
really brought
Eu vou
our audience's
começar.
attention.
Repita.
Todos abram as câmeras. Open camera, please.
Let's open our cameras.
O-
Let's all
eu
open our
vou
cameras.
pedir retirar a apresentação da tela para que a gente possa colocar todos aqui em... Muito obrigado. Então, a primeira pergunta é do comandante Basílio Dagnino.
The first is by Basílio. His commander has a question, and he is asking how come MAP, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, relates to other government agencies, such as the Ministry of Environment, Marine, Navy, Economy, and other ministries.
Essa pergunta vai para o Dr. Jairo e vai por
This
e-mail.
question is Dr. to Jairo, and we will email this question to him later.
Temos também uma pergunta de Laís Dornelas. Encaminhada por e-mail.
A question that will be emailed to Dr. Jairo.
E essa pergunta pode ser
And
de todos
this
também.
question can be everyone's, really.
Todos os que nos enviaram perguntas.
So everybody who submits the question, please also provide your email address so we can send you the answers later. The question is, do you believe certifications or accreditation? And with that, it is possible to improve Brazil's export levels. If so, why? Laís Dornelas from the News Maritime Agency. I am going to try and answer that, Federico, because I think it really relates to Dagnino's questions about awareness, the sustainability practices, etc. What I see, I touched this briefly in my presentation. When it comes to fisheries, it's not very different to what we see to other kinds of food, fair trade, Rest Forest Alliance, FTCS, that is about forest products, etc. What happens? In certain countries, in more developed countries, I'm going to say all of them, there is this awareness. Awareness about what? The sustainability importance, meaning to export log to Europe, for example, there is no generally legislation about sustainability, but Europeans do have certain levels of expectation as to that timber that is being imported to produce furniture that will be done sustainably. It will have FSCs or PFC or some other accreditation situation, because the consumer on the other side does not accept. So it becomes a technical barrier for export, not necessarily coming from the legislation, but due to consumer expectation. And I see the same happening when we talk about fish and the fishery industry. We will see gradually more pressure coming from the consumer side if there is no certification, so to speak, and certification, so to speak, meaning about everything that Dr. Alden mentioned about the seal having and the accreditation and certification having credibility. If there is no accreditation, there will be risk and there will be a lack of trust from consumer and consequently the country that is importing that product. Surely there will be less demanding markets that will buy anyway, with the accreditation, with no accreditation, whatever. But typically, we will be looking at prices that are not as dynamic. So I hope I have helped bring this point. Dr. Nigel, thank you so much. You actually caught my attention to one fact. Questions doesn't have to be addressed to the one speaker. If anybody wants to ask, please feel free. I just ask you to please be brief because we have time limitation issues. The next question is actually also from Dagnino, our commander, Dr. Nigel Croft. Another question for you. The question is, do you believe that awareness as to sustainability will take a long time in Brazil? Short, sweet answer, yes. But it will go through several stages that I will mention. And I'm going to talk about organizational aspects. And it says for any behavioral change, group change, and when we're talking about systems in the country, the first step is simple and quick is awareness, meaning to take awareness of a fact, to know that there are associated risks to fishery. Second, transform this quick knowledge in attitude, meaning attitude is something as in, I am going to keep my eye out and I'm going to look for accredited products only. So it's more than attitude. I'm speaking about activity behavior. I'm in the supermarket. I see the one with the sustainability certification, the other doesn't. I'll be willing to pay a little bit more for the one that has the sustainability feel. Slowly but surely, we move the direction, and we have a group behavior. It can be my family, it can be my work colleagues. We start adopting the same kind of stance. It takes time, and it will keep taking time, especially with slim times. And now we're thinking, even in Europe, we'll see several grocery stores like supermarkets that will be a little bit more with an accredited product. And I mean, any kind of product can be food or not. And there will be members of the society who will value that. And I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying others that due to capital constraints will not do so. So I would say the answer is, I think it will take a while to be assimilated to Brazil and several other countries, not only Brazil. There is a question addressed to Dr. Cynthia, but I believe this question can be addressed by other speakers. And the question is, the defense spirit works efficiently in all of the country, all over the country. Tiago, would you like to address this question? Anyhow, we will forward this question to Dr. Cynthia so she can answer this question via email. Luciana Alves de Souza has asked a question. And this question is not really addressed to anyone specific. Luciana Alves de Souza, let me just check. And the question is, one of the shrimp fishing issues in Pará that has its main production coming from industrial fishing is the fauna that is then discarded in the ocean, the fauna that is caught in this net. What is the solution to this issue? I have the impression that what she means by accompanying fauna, I mean, I don't think she means in Pará. I think she means all over the country. Right. I am going to forward this question to email, to everyone's email, because then we'll be able to have the secretary to answer, because I believe they will have the answer. The secretary, yes. Question from Dr. Gonçalo Velasco. Question to Dr. Aldo Lem. I'm going to speak in Portuguese slowly to help the interpreters work so that the question actually gets to Dr. Lem. FAO is looking to dialogue and bring criteria together, thus avoiding double efforts and rework. And rework coming from other certification and accreditation agencies, MSC, DGSD, etc. Dr. Lam, you have the floor. Would you like to address this comment or question?
Thank you for that. Well, it's a fact that the number of labels and the number of certification schemes out there can, in some markets, lead to confusion. It leads to maybe even too much information or information from too many different sources. And in the end, well, neither the consumers or the operators really know how to navigate between all these different labels and schemes. So the confusion is one aspect. And the other aspect is costs, because a lot of producers are asked by their customers, by the retailers and others, to go through a number of repetitive certification processes in which they have to go through I don't know, Global Gap, and then they have to do Friend of the Sea, and then another retailer will ask for MSC or ASC, and then there is the organic label, and then there are other labels. So you will find yourself in a situation in which some operators have in the same company for the same product, maybe 10 different labels for the same product. And of course, that is a tremendous cost, both in terms of financial costs, but also in terms of time commitment. So in order to avoid duplication and to introduce some more clarity and simplicity, FAO, at the request of our members, developed two benchmarking systems in which you could ensure, you could evaluate and then ensure that the different schemes would adhere to at least the basic elements of sustainable production. FAO did that, and these benchmarking tools are then out in the open as a public good, and is in fact used by all the different schemes. So to that extent, FAO is contributing to helping to clarify. We're also supporting the GSSI, the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative, that addresses that topic in particular, how to benchmark and align the different systems and schemes in order to avoid duplication. So it's something that we are, at the request of our members, really looking into, also with the ultimate objective of not only reducing cost, but also of providing more simplicity in the certification arena. Thank you.
Frederico, se me permitir acrescentar
Federico, if I may, I would like to add something, because I see a parallel as to what happened with food security. We had different schemes, British Retail Consortium, EFS, EFC, etc. And then the DFS, Global Food Safety Initiative, they did benchmarking, and they worked on the main retailer entities to have multiple knowledge of the different brands and use for food security. So I think the GSSI has a lot to do with this. I think they have a very important role as to also the retailer. The retailers also have an important role, not only to sell, but maybe not be politically correct, but I think the consumer are like children. They actually throw a tantrum. I want this and this, I've got my money, I tell you what it is, what it is. But sometimes someone have to turn around to the child and say, listen, you can't overeat this candy, for example. Meaning, we need to make sure that you know what's best for you and for your family. But who is going to have this control? I see the retailer having this control. I see this part being won by the retailer. I say retailers have such an important role in educating the consumer and acknowledging and recognizing on how to keep all products affordable, meaning cost accessible. And I agree with Dr. Lam. It's not about having multiple certification and increasing costs will be able to achieve this. That means that the retailers have to get together, have to acknowledge and appoint the one seal, the one accreditation that is truly all encompassing. I saw about of a question touching on the point of greenwashing, and I think that pertains to the topic, and there is a lot of potential to solve this from the retailer side. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Koch, Dr. Lam. Thank you so much. I'm going, Gonzalo, please apologize. I'm going to skip your question. Why? Because there is a link question from Mr. Álvaro Guilherme Altanqui, Borba Jr. There's a question from him. Good morning and congratulations everybody for your presentations. The one question to all speakers now. Wouldn't be greenwashing to speak about Brazilian fish and seafood certification and interpretations without having fishery statistics because there is a lot of deficiency when it comes to stats and information and data. This is an old kind of complaint. We who are working with the book, the Brazilian Ocean in 21st century, we work on the book and we always, this point always comes to the table because we have deficiency when it comes to data points. But the greenwash is something that he would like to have all speakers address. Who will begin? This is a major discussion point, Frederico. I would say we do lack, well, wait, I'm just gonna corroborate with the reasoning, to the rationale, okay? There is a dissonance as to what our surveillance and enforcement does and to the number of outbreaks that are actually recorded. So to what is actually found as pathology or microbiological in a facility. So this is the snapshot, meaning there are these points. There are data points that do not talk, that they talk epidemiology, finding, lab results, and number of outbreaks. All that do not match. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tiago. This is called the panel debates, the discussion not by chance. We want to hear from all of you. There is a question by Márcio Borges Ferreira, his commander. The question is addressed to Dr. Croft and others, whoever wishes to address. Whoever wishes to address the question. Mr. Croft, do you believe that international agreement that wants to have security request for fishing vessels like Torremolinos agreements, do you think that kind of agreement can help to the fish and seafood certification and accreditation, especially when we speak about international markets and how IW kind of fishing actually stop IW fishing? What I see, this issue as human rights, basic human rights for fishermen and vessels, that long distance vessel is a shame actually in reality. It is a travesty. I actually mentioned in my presentation about this book by Yungubina, Ocean with No Law. That is the name of the book, or Law-Free Ocean. This book, this book is an eye-opener as to inhumane practices from some countries, such as Thailand, that Cambodia, Myanmar, etc., where the conditions of fishermen, people who actually in the fisheries, are subhuman. Now, this goes back to the previous topic, the greenwashing topic. We have the one weapon that is very powerful. This weapon is very powerful that we didn't have 20 years ago. And this weapon is called social media. Who is going to oversee? Who's going to do the oversight? The actual consumer, the activists. The consumers and activists have access to information and means to spread it. Never before seen. So once you sniff greenwashing, someone will blow the whistle through social media, and it will, and at least for the people who are more aware, it will kind of boycott the products that are being announced. Just like what happened during apartheid years in South Africa 30 years ago with information. Once the consumer has information, they have the power to change things. Look, I am now Brazilian. If it's something just for show, or in Brazil we say for the English to see, it will not move forward. Nigel, thank you so much for adding to the answer, for further addressing the question. Now, I'm very sad to say this, but I will. But I believe our time is nearly up. So I'll just put on the table the one question, the one last question. This is a question to Mr. Tiago Isidoro from Dr. Velasco. He's president Furg in Semba. Dr. Isidoro Tiago Braga, are there approved seals for industries or inspected products, or or are we trading because they actually passed inspection? No way, no. This is not easy. Basically, we have work in the inspection, we have different front working. When we talk about sanitation surveillance, we're talking about industry. When we're talking about surveillance, it's about retailer. When we talk about defense, it's actually at farming, but they don't work as much together. Part of our service, inspection and oversight is my specifically no, but there is a branch of our agency that actually go to the store and they check if that product that is being sold was inspected in the industry. So the oversight and vigil and surveillance do have a contact. Part of our work is to hear from the whistleblowers from surveillance so that we go to the clandestine selling point where they are selling unexpected products for trade. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we'll have to interrupt this debate and we will need to move on to the next panel. Apologies to those who have not had their questions answered, but please do submit your email address and we will forward your questions to speakers. All questions will be addressed by the speakers, and it will actually be easier, more thoroughly at a later date. Now we need to move on to panel 2. Unfortunately, we need to wrap this one. With that, I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Flavia. Oh my God, I forgot her last name. I can't remember her last name, but anyway, Flavia, the floor is yours. Mastrobuono. My name is not that easy to pronounce. Thank you so much. To all panel 1 attend speakers, now moving on with this morning's panel, it is my pleasure to have the two moderators to call certification, NOMA, and standardization, technical standardization for agriculture, Professor Carlos Levy. Professor Carlos Levy, thank you very much. He is the commander, friend Carlos. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for the invite. It is an honor to join you at this debate that is so interesting at this high quality level and about a topic that is so relevant to everybody, to all of us, and especially to me. I love everything that comes from the ocean. Similar to what we've been adopting and to what we heard in the other panel, I would like to invite our speakers to talk. They all will give a very brief presentation, and then we will address the questions that have been addressed. I would like to highlight the fact that the questions should be submitted on the chat, as we see in our screen, in our platform, on the right-hand side. And it is important that you present your questions, that you ask your questions, and besides your name, to have your name and who you're addressing the question to. Now, to begin the panel number 2 and speak about on how to create the Brazilian certification accreditation system for aquaculture and fishery. It is my honor to invite Adoni Costa. He is the General Coordinator for Accreditation in our Meteorology Institute called Metro. Welcome, Dr. Aldonei, the floor is yours. Good morning, everybody. It is a great satisfaction to join in such a grandeur event. I'll try and be as brief as possible, but there are points that I need to come across so that we have plenty of time for the debate. The idea is to introduce some points that are very important as to the development of a program that I wouldn't call a certification program necessarily, but as a compliance assessment program for the sector. Now, I'm going to share my screen. Would anyone just tell me if they can see my screen? Is it okay? Please let me know. Yes, we can see it. Thank you. So very quickly, I'm Danilo Ferreira. I generally coordinate in Metro. I am responsible for the accreditation department. I'll be brief, as I mentioned before. I have 3 or 4 concepts that really matter in this debate. The first, I would like to touch as to what are the functions that Metro has. What is the actual power? Some people think that we're all powerful, and that's not really the case. Here I have something that really matters for us to know. Among the Metro contributions and competencies means to have technical, to actually have admin policies by issuing technical regulations in the compliance assessment of products, services, and materials, as long as it does not, and if it's not, as long as there's no other government agency doing the same activity. And the second is to work as the official accreditation for compliance assessment, meaning we evaluate conformity and compliance aspects. So it is important that we have in mind that in our debate. Thank you. The first concept that I would like to introduce is the scheme proprietary. This is one of the items of our 17067 ISO-IEC Brazilian standard. So when speaking about product, generally speaking, so the scheme proprietary is the actual person who is developed to that product with a scheme, meaning develop the compliance criteria. So they can be the certification, the government, commercial, a trade association, or others, meaning there is no imposition as to those who define the compliance definition. It can be a trade association, it can be a government agency, or other entities or stakeholders who are interested that our product, our service, or material assessment is done adequately. So the first concept is who owns that? Who is the proprietary? And I'm going to sum this up later in the one slide so that we know what are the roles in the development when we're talking about compliance development. And the next is actual implementation, meaning I don't know what is the event level here, if people know well what it means, what accreditation actually means. I'm going to spend a couple of minutes trying to cover this so that people understand and it's part of my area. This is a check. Accreditation is a check done by us according to compliance. So I think it is important to define who is actually assessing compliance. And these are companies or agencies who actually do the activities for to check compliance. And they mean labs or an inspection and oversight. So we assess this type of agency so that they can demonstrate that they have the technical skill and the impartiality in running all activities.
Pegamos organismo de certificação, por exemplo, fazemos todo processo técnico de avaliação, todo ele baseado em normas internacionais, tá? Para verificar se ele realmente tem a competência técnica para realizar aquela atividade que ele se propõe. A gente avalia o sistema de gestão dele, a gente avalia o desempenho, a qualificação dos profissionais, além de verificar os procedimentos de certificação, no caso, se fosse um organismo de certificação. Essa definição aqui também ainda é o objeto de um item da norma 17.000, que são vocabulários e princípios gerais em avaliação da conformidade. Aqui tem um pequeno esquema para entender realmente quais são as diferenças aqui. Tá? Vamos supor que uma empresa, tá, um fabricante de brinquedo, desse trenzinho aí, que é trenzinho para criança, ele necessite, de alguma forma, ou por uma exigência de um órgão de Estado, ou por vontade própria, demonstrar que ele atende, os requisitos de segurança dele atendem, por exemplo, a uma norma específica, tá? Ou uma norma, ou um conjunto de critérios. Ele vai contratar uma certificadora para certificar isso. Tá? Essa certificadora ela vai pegar amostras desse produto e vai mandar para um laboratório, ou se ela tiver um próprio laboratório, e realizar uma série de ensaios, tá, que são os requisitos que devem ser atendidos. E depois de todos esses ensaios realizados, a certificadora também avalia normalmente o sistema de gestão da própria empresa para verificar se seus processos realmente produzem o tempo todo produtos adequados, e aí emite uma declaração de conformidade, que é o certificado. Então, assim, para ficar bem claro, tanto a certificadora quanto o laboratório, eles são utilizados para avaliar a conformidade desse produto. E, para verificar se esta certificadora e esses laboratórios atuam de uma forma adequada, que eles podem fazer atividade, que eles têm competência para fazer atividade, existe a nossa acreditação, que é feita a CEGECRE, que é a Coordenação Geral de Acreditação do Inmetro, tá? Que avalia tanto a certificadora quanto o laboratório para demonstrar que eles têm condições técnicas e imparcialidade para conduzir suas atividades. Essa é a cadeia. A cadeia de um grupo de atores avalia a conformidade e o outro avalia a competência. E aí se estabelece o que aqui, que é importante identificar: o nível de confiança. A sociedade tem a confiança de que está adquirindo um produto conforme e que todo esse processo de avaliação da conformidade traz uma segurança para a pessoa que foi tudo feito de forma adequada, atendendo os requisitos, tá? Tanto nacionais como internacionais. E aqui vem o slide que eu entendo que seja o principal da minha apresentação: os atores de um programa de avaliação da conformidade. Nós temos aqui um objeto de avaliação da conformidade, que pode ser qualquer coisa, pode ser um processo, pode ser um produto. Tá? Nós temos um proprietário de esquema, que define os critérios de avaliação da conformidade, ou seja, esse proprietário de esquema que vai definir o que deve ser avaliado e que modalidade será avaliada. A gente está falando muito aqui na área de piscicultura, essas coisas todas. Então, podem ter várias modalidades. Se você quer garantir a conformidade, por exemplo, de um alimento, tá? In natura, tipo um peixe, talvez fosse interessante fazer inspeção. Se você quer garantir a conformidade de um processo de criação, tá? Talvez fosse interessante a certificação. Então, é o proprietário de esquema que define a modalidade que vai ser feita de avaliação da conformidade, que pode ser certificação, inspeção ou simples ensaio. Tá? Um relatório de ensaio seria o suficiente. Mas esse proprietário, esse dono dessa necessidade, que define isso aí. E aí, para realizar esse processo como um todo, quem vai fazer isso é o organismo de avaliação da conformidade, que pode ser a certificadora, pode ser um organismo de inspeção, pode ser um laboratório, tá? Ou o conjunto desses, tá? Que vai avaliar a conformidade desse objeto de avaliação da conformidade em relação às necessidades do proprietário de esquema. Tá? O que eu queria que vocês entendessem e ficasse bem claro aqui é a importância desse proprietário de esquema. Um programa de avaliação da conformidade, um processo de certificação, por exemplo, só vai existir se houver uma demanda muito específica, com critérios estabelecidos pela entidade que quer fazer a avaliação da conformidade desse objeto. E aí, por trás disso tudo, poderíamos ter, tá, um organismo de acreditação, que, como eu falei, ele atesta a competência e a imparcialidade desses organismos que estão atuando na conformidade desse objeto. Então, assim, acho que como fazer um programa de certificação são necessários estes atores. Acho que isso é coisa fundamental para fomentar essa discussão aqui. Esses atores são fundamentais. E aí, durante esse preparativo para essa apresentação, surgiram 3 perguntas que eu gostaria de deixar aqui para responder aqui, para a gente dar continuidade. Primeiro o IMETRO
to provide continuation. Metro has this practice, this legal obligation to get the certification, should get the certification.
A segunda qual o principal requisito?
The second is, what is the requirement to be met to authorize a system in the fishing techniques? And lastly, Metro could support the creation of a project. I will go one by one. First, Metro has the legal attribution. This is not true that Metro has the legal attribution to authorize the creation of certification systems. I will go deeper into this later. Metro has the legal attribution for areas where there are no other regulators. So Metro can do everything. When in fishing and aquaculture, we'll see that there are other entities that are involved. So what is the main requirement to be met? Well, I would like to add here that first, we have to define very clearly if there should be a regulation by a government agency or a sector where there's self-regulation. If there needs to be a government agency, then the Secretary for Aquaculture and Fisheries of the Ministry of Livestock is the one who has the role of defining the requirements. So there are 2 paths here. The sector can move and define criteria, or the sector can, with the Secretary of Fishing and Agriculture, can request the development of a program showing the need of compliance assessment for the sector. Could Metro support this? Of course, particularly when it comes to accreditation. We are available whenever there is a program for assessing it. We are available to have the accreditation of the inspection organisms if required and the labs, so that they can act with confidence in this major project that you're working on today. I hope I have been the promoter of a discussion here because I didn't intend to provide a full lecture in this brief period. So I wanted to introduce a few concepts. Here is my contact information and the contact information for InMetro, and I will be at your disposal for the debates later. I will stop sharing my screen now. Thank you very much, Dr. Aldonei. On behalf of SEMBRA, I'd like to thank you. I thank you very much for your participation. The clarity exposing the role of the InMetro in the certification process, which is basically the role of the accreditator to ensure the quality of the services of the parties involved in the certification process. So you verify the verifier, if you allow me to simplify it this way. So thank you very much. Now to proceed here, I'd like to invite you to stay here in the room, so at the end we can have our discussion. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Antonio Hervais, who's the Program Manager of Assurance Service International, ASI, to present his lecture on the topic accreditation of certification agencies. So the floor is yours, Dr. Antonio Hervais.
Hello, everybody. I'll be presenting in English. I'm Spanish. I probably should be able to speak Portuguese, but apologies. My Portuguese is quite limited. So I'll be presenting in English. And thanks, everybody. Thanks, SEMBRA, for inviting Assurance Service International to present in SEMBRA webinar. What I'm going to present is quite short, so I probably won't cover or I might need the 15 minutes, but should be enough. And basically, it's a good follow-up what InMetro has presented in terms of what accreditation means. And in particular here, I'll be presenting what Assurance Services International does in relation to accreditation for two of the international voluntary sustainability standards for fisheries and aquaculture. So ASI does accredit voluntary sustainability standards. This is in front of you is the standards that we work with. And on the top left is the two relevant standards for today, the Aquaculture Stewardship Council and the Marine Stewardship Council. We are the appointed accreditation body by these two schemes, certification schemes, to run the accreditation program. Okay. We also, as you can see there, are the accreditation body for FSC, which is quite well known, and also for other standards such as palm oil, biomaterials, and tourism. This slide summarizes the model of certification accreditation of, let's say, the MSc and ASC that we are relevant standard for today. And it's a summary, it follows previous presentation also in terms of what is our role. One particularity of ASC and MSc standards is that they are inclusive in terms of stakeholder inputs. Therefore, the accreditation takes very much into account stakeholder concerns. It's not just auditing the auditor, but also ensuring that any stakeholder concerns are taken into account in order to prioritize and in order to establish risk-based sampling. So on the left-hand side, you can see that you have the certificate holder. Here it shows a tractor. Maybe you could imagine a fishing vessel in this case. And the numbers there is not that relevant. Basically, you can see the 12% of fisheries different numbers have been given in different presentations. This relates to the MSc program. So you have in one side the certificate holder that is certified by a conformity assessment body. The conformity assessment body uses auditors in order to implement the scheme standard and certify the certificate holder, the applicant, the interested party in getting certified. In this case, would be a fishing fleet or an aquaculture farm. On the other side, on the right-hand side, you can see the scheme owner and the scheme users. So the scheme owner in this case would be the MSc and the EAC. They set the standard. They define sustainability. And the scheme user involves consumer, governments, businesses, NGOs, and any other stakeholder. So our role here is to accredit conformity assessment bodies. Conformity assessment bodies shall be accredited in order to be able to implement the standard. And once they are accredited, our role is to monitor the performance of conformity assessment bodies in relation to how they implement the standard. And as I said, one component which is very important here is that these two schemes in particular are first very technical and second very inclusive and transparent in terms of the certification process. So the certification processes implemented by the conformity assessment bodies are quite robust, quite long, and involve a number of stakeholder interviews and stakeholders' involvement in providing evidence in terms of how the certificate holder is performing. So this is why the role of ASI in one sense is not only to assess conformity assessment bodies, but ultimately to protect the credibility of the standard and to satisfy and to make sure that the consumer or the user is satisfied. A lot has been said about confusion in the marketplace, about greenwashing. Well, the role here is to be as independent as possible, as and thinking about all the parties that need to be satisfied on how the scheme is run. Okay, so this is in summary how the model of accreditation. Okay, I will explain. Some people might know, some people might don't know what is needed to get accredited if you are a company that is thinking about implementing the MSc or implementing the EC standard. So this is a summary of the steps. So basically, a company might will apply for accreditation. It will be an application phase. If the application is approved, then the assessment of the conformity assessment bodies starts with a document review and then an initial assessment that involves going to their offices and doing the first assessment, witnessing this first assessment in order to determine whether the CAP is or the conformity assessment body is competent to implement the standard. The main blocks here are that the company has a quality management system that is sufficient, and the ASC and MSc requires CAPs or conformity assessment bodies to follow the ISO 17065, and then to have the competencies, the technical competencies in order to be able to implement the standard on the ground. This is perhaps the two main blocks that a company have to think about. Once the accreditation, the certification body is accredited, there is a cycle, and it's 5-year cycle. What we have established for for ASC and MSc schemes. During the 5-year cycle, we do assessments every year. This is determined in terms of the numbers of assessments is determined by the standard setter. So so we do always a head office assessment, but the number of witness assessment, the number of desk reviews, the number of compliance assessments, in our case, is starts from a fixed level, which is about 5% of their certificate holders. For an MSc cap, normally they get, if they have 30, 40 fisheries, we normally are with them 3 times a year on the ground, plus the head office assessment. But it can depend also on risks. If the cap, or this, I say cap is the acronyms for conformity assessment body. If it's a high risk or poorly performed, the number of samples can increase, and vice versa. I will define the type of assessment we carried out briefly. So apart from the office assessment, which is the assessment that we do mainly to assess the quality management system, we have mainly witness assessments, compliance assessments, and desk reviews. Witness assessments, basically going with the conformity assessment body when they are doing an audit, and we basically observe the audit and we assess audit.
5 minutes.
Compliance assessments is actually a replication of the conformity assessment body audit. So basically the conformity assessment body does an audit, and we go after them and we replicate the audit and we compare the results. And this review is what the word, what the term says. We open files and we scrutinize the reporting. The scopes of each assessment, the scope of might vary slightly, but I'm not going to go into the details of the differences in scope for each assessment type. But basically, this is mainly the assessment types we use. After 5 years, we have to do a re-accreditation assessments where a decision making is made by the accreditation committee in terms of whether that cap can be re-accredited or not. All those type of assessments are fed with data, and every assessment accreditation is not random assessments. It's basically risk. It's risk-based sampling. So risk-based sampling, if a fishery has, let's say a conformity assessment body has 100 fisheries, we don't just randomly sample 5 fisheries. We basically target fisheries in relation to risks. And risks comes from information we get from our own assessments, but also from incidents reported by stakeholders. We have an incident tool where anyone can log concerns. Incidents is a concern about a particular certificate holder or a particular cap, and we record that data, we analyze the data, we analyze our internal data in terms of non-conformities, performance, and we determine where to sample. So this is a key topic, because in order to be effective in how we assess cap performance and how we protect the credibility of the standard and how we achieve user satisfaction, sampling has to be well designed, and this is a main topic where we are developing, spending quite a lot of effort in terms of data analysis in order to have as best as possible risk-based sampling. Okay, stakeholders are very much involved in this. Stakeholders are always welcome to liaise with us in order to submit information about concerns, basically. I think this is the last slide, yes. And I'll be very happy to answer any question. I don't know how I did with time. Probably I didn't spend the 15 minutes, but I'm sure that there are some probably fundamental questions or not. I'll be very happy to, I'll stay around. I'll be happy to try to answer questions that might arise. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Hervais. Fique certo que ficou.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hervais. You were within your time, within the allotted time. Thank you very much. Thank you for being punctual. And thank you for the quality of your presentation. Because in some way it has a similar role to ACI, has a similar role to what InMetro does, except you're doing it at the international level, which gives it a much broader dimension in terms in the services that are conducted by ACI. Thank you very much. And as usual, I ask you to remain here so at the end we can have any clarifications for any questions that might be sent. Thank you very much, Dr. Hervais. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Patrick Mayer, the Innovation Director of ISEAL, who will discuss the topic of certification of sustainability of fisheries and aquaculture, components of a reliable system. So please, Dr. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me in this important meeting. I appreciate the opportunity. So I'm going to share a few slides. It feels like a natural progression from the previous presentations, where ISEAL is a collaboration of many of the leading sustainability schemes worldwide that operate in a wide range of sectors. And I'm going to be talking a bit more broadly about, from a scheme owner's perspective, how they can best ensure that these systems are delivering social and environmental results. So for those of you who are not familiar with ISEAL, we've been a network of organizations working together for just over 20 years, focused on scalable solutions to global sustainability challenges. So we identify the most pressing sustainability challenges, whether that's deforestation on land, biodiversity loss, overfishing, and seek collaborative solutions. And we do that by supporting the scheme owners, the ones who set the standards, to improve the effectiveness of their strategies. And those strategies can include certification and accreditation. But as you'll see today, they also have a wide range of other strategies that support the ultimate goal of delivering sustainability solutions. So ISEAL and its members do work in fisheries and aquaculture, but also in many other sectors. Mainly, there are a lot of initiatives in agriculture. I'm sure many of them you're all familiar with, but there may be some other sectors that you're not so familiar with, whether that's infrastructure or tourism and sport, climate and carbon. Really, anywhere you think that it could be improved by having a sustainability standard, it's likely that one exists. And so this is just a different visualization of the components of a sustainability scheme or system. And we talk a lot today about the certifiers and the accreditation bodies, but it is important to recognize the scheme owner is responsible for setting the standard, and that happens often through a multi-stakeholder process, bringing in many different stakeholders. But ultimately, it's also about what does the consumer see? And that's a sustainability label. So how can the sustainability systems communicate the results of the certification process? So those are the labels that we see on products. But when we think about the strategies that a sustainability scheme can use, Obviously, today we're talking primarily about the certification pathway, which is about essentially the uptake of the standard or compliance by different companies or businesses or enterprises with the standard requirements. And then having that compliance check, so making sure that they do actually comply. But then beyond the certification pathway, the pathway that results in a product with a label, there is a systemic pathway. And this is something that is more recent, but I think important to recognize that sustainability systems look at the many different ways in which they can help to bring about better practices on the ground or in the water. And so they play an important role as a multi-stakeholder forum for bringing stakeholders together to exchange ideas and best practices to build out different solutions for how to address the challenges inherent in their specific sector. And there's also a critical role for government. And I will come back to an example of how sustainability systems and governments work well together. But this idea that we can bring private standards and use them as a tool to support public policy objectives is critical for thinking about how do we drive systemic change or change at a larger scale. Now within ISEAL, ISEAL plays a similar role in some ways to ISO in that we set good practices for how sustainability systems or scheme owners operate. And so the assurance code, the one on the right, is quite complementary to existing ISO guidance, the ones that we've heard about today in the first session. But it goes beyond the existing ISO guidance by having more specific requirements around sustainability certification. And in addition, we look at the scheme as a whole and we think about what are the other components of a scheme owner's system that need to be effective in order for the whole system to be effective. So we actually start with the standard setting code. How do we set credible standards? How do we ensure good stakeholder participation? But then the one in the middle, most importantly, the impacts code, is fundamentally about understanding whether or not these systems are actually having an impact on the ground or in the water. And this is important. It's about putting in place a monitoring system to measure performance change over time and to see how well the system is working or not, so that we can improve the quality of those systems over time. And the credibility principles are really the core of what underlies a credible and effective sustainability scheme. And so the scheme owner has responsibility for implementing these principles. And I think these build nicely on the types of principles and core values that are inherent in certification and accreditation. So ultimately, at the top of the pyramid, you can see that we're all concerned about, and I think the reason we're here today is to drive sustainability impact. But in order to get there, there's a number of things that need to be in place. And at the bottom of the pyramid, we see the foundations, which are really about engaging and building collaboration and shared views. So a system needs to be transparent and engage stakeholders in order to understand what those different perspectives are, what is good practice, what is the best scientific evidence, and then foster collaboration and create value for those stakeholders so that they see a reason to participate in this system. So if you think about fisheries, it's important that they see that there is some value that they're deriving from certification so that they will want to participate. Now, the second row impartiality, reliability, and truthfulness are very much reflective of the core structure of a system. So how do we ensure that it is effective at correctly assessing performance? So much like the ISO standards, this is emphasizing that a system needs to be impartial. The auditors or assessors need to be impartial. It needs to be reliable to come with consistent results no matter who's doing the assessment. And the way that the results are communicated needs to be truthful. And finally, just below sustainability impacts is this, again, what I think is the most important piece, which is understanding whether these systems work. So measurable progress. How can we ensure that we have good data to tell us whether or not we're making moves in the right direction? And then if not, how do we improve? So this continual improvement is a next step that enables us to make the system more effective over time. So I want to finish with a case study that I mentioned before, draws on the potential for standards and certification systems to go beyond just the certification. In this case, the government of Suriname collaborating with MSC around a shrimp fishery. So this is about the Seabob fishery in Suriname, and it was the first credibly certified shrimp fishery in the tropics. There have been shrimp fisheries certified elsewhere, but this was the first one in the tropics. And not only did certification help to secure access to important export markets, but it also led to wider improvements in fisheries management. And I think that's what we're all interested in, is what are the wider effects, the benefits that can be derived from certification. And so we see some of those wider benefits. First, certification as a catalyst for collaboration. And here, there was the development of a working group that actually also played a key role in overseeing the whole fishery and how it was managed. And because it brought together different stakeholders, it created a space for discussing and resolving disputes and other issues. And I think that's really valuable, a benefit of all multi-stakeholder certification. And this sort of multi-stakeholder collaboration really is indicative of SDG 17, which is about implementing partnerships. And I think it really is one of the strengths, not often talked about, but important or fundamental benefits of certification is being able to bring these stakeholders together. And then on the governmental side, this is about supporting national action on sustainable fishing. So not only was the certification process used to strengthen the fisheries management, but it also jump-started a broader policy process where the government actually took steps to address the lack of data and fish stock sustainability, and invested resources, $20 million investment so far. And so I think it's a really good example of how certification can, yes, assess the efficacy or the status of a fishery, but also create a platform for greater change, for bringing stakeholders together and for stimulating further action by other stakeholders, including national governments. And with that, I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to the discussion later.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Patrick, pela sua apresentação, e fica claro.
Thank you for your presentation. It is clear, and it's been very reinforced, that the topic already has wide consolidation internationally, and certainly it'll allow us in Brazil to work with this experience, and it'll certainly make it much easier in our activities, our efforts and initiatives to reach this standard that we are aiming at. Once more, I ask Dr. Patricky to remain with us to participate in the debate at the end. I'd like to remind our community that if you have not registered yet, please do so you can get your certificate for participation. Simply click on the icon by the side of the screen to fill in your data and receive your certificate for participation in today's webinar. Now, moving ahead, and to end as the last speaker for this panel, I would like to invite our speaker, Dr. José Augusto de Abreu, member of the committees at ISO and of the Brazilian Technical Standards Committee. He will give a presentation on the ISO and ABNT, the Brazilian standards, and the importance of these standards for the credibility of the certification process in general. I turn the floor to Dr. José Augusto. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. Sembra, thank you for inviting me. It's a privilege to join and contribute here, particularly with a few friends such as Nigel Croft, Aldonay, and Antonio. So it's always a great pleasure to be with you. Since I have the last lecture, I'm at a risk of repeating what other people have said, but I'll try to give at least a different point of view, and I hope I will be successful. I will share my screen if you allow me. I hope you can see the screen. I hope you see my slides as well. So I'll briefly talk in this 15 minutes on the role of the role of their standards to contribute with the credibility of the certification processes. I'd just briefly like to mention the book that Nigel mentioned on oceans. It is already available in Brazilian Portuguese. You can buy it. I bought it and read it on his suggestion. I found it very interesting and very appropriate. But let's start talking about certification. Certification is an information mechanism. It is particularly aimed at consumers as an instrument to help in purchasing decision. So it's related to the credibility of the information that is provided in the sense of enabling consumers to, based on information, to make these decisions. I think this was already mentioned, but we can highlight it. Many things can be certified. We have talked often here on our seminar about product certification. You can certify processes, fishing alternatives on certain aspects. It is a process certification. Some fishery certifications are for food security as ISO and some other schemes. You can certify quality with ISO 9001, labor security, working security, and they focus on the organization and how it operates and not necessarily the quality of the product and the delivery. People can be certified as well, and more we certify sustainability aspects. This is a general classification that includes a large set of things, but this is an activity that is more and more present, and it's one of the activity that has most courses in sustainability or sustainability as a whole. So what is important here so that a certification is credible? Basically, two main things. One, what is certified, the object of certification needs to be important, needs to be relevant, it needs to be robust, both technically and scientifically, and significant for clients and consumers. So whatever is being certified needs to be important, needs to have a scientific and technical objectivity to base in the certification of it. And this is directly related with technical standards, because when it comes to a standard, that you have a certification. But what is certified is also as important, but not only that, the way it is certified is also important. So it is important that certification should be done in a technically competent manner, in an objective manner, and impartial manner. And these adjectives here are not very clear or not technically clear, but they all have technical components that can be assessed as well. Technical competency, objectivity, impartiality. There are technical instruments where you can have a greater level of meeting these expectations. So this is related to the certification process, the way it is done, and the organizations that do the certification. And as Aldonei mentioned, this involved accreditation and certification agencies, certification programs, labs, entities, a whole chain of technical actors that are moved until they get to the certification. The requirements, the references for these activities are also established in standards, and the major references today are the international standards, the ICO and ISO standards. Certification is the tip of the iceberg. So to have an object certified, you need to have many things before that. We know that the iceberg, only 10% of the volume of water is above water, and the rest of it is underneath it. Not only the reason why Titanic sunk, but it shows the complexity of creating a certification process. So how certification is done and how it is done, the rule applied to it. It requires competent people, auditors, inspectors. It requires accreditation rules, an accreditation agency that will assess the certification agencies that need to be accredited. In the voluntary area, it is voluntary as well, but these are the two boxes that we require to get ahead and have a credible certification, solid certification, and a comprehensible, accepted by the consumers, by the clients, to make their purchase decisions. So there's a chain of relationships. The certification agency, CAB, as Antonio Ervas mentioned, does the audit and the assay for the product that is being certified, when we're talking about certification of products, based on a technical standard. And there are rules as to how it should work. These rules for its operation are, in general, based on the ISO standard, which is 9600. In turn, it is assessed when there's a certification mechanism by the accreditation body, which also follows international rules. So in Metro, ASI have been using ISO 17065, and the standards in the 17,000 family, as we call them, were prepared by a specific committee, which is the committee that assesses compliance, and they essentially set three major elements. One is the rules that set the agency to ensure its financial stability, its impartiality, and its governance. There's a set of rules needs to have the management of quality to ensure consistency of results. And the third element is how the accreditation is conducted, or how it does the certification in certification agencies. So it established that it has to have documented processes, technical teams, you need to have plans, many processes, in a way that can be verified by third parties, that can be audited by third parties. So in the bricks of technical competence and transparency of the products, in turn, are assessed based on a technical standard. Could be for a product, could be for a system, could be for processes. In the fishery, many of those are applied. Aldonei has also called attention to certification schemes and scheme owners. This is it could be the certification agency, it could be an external agency. So the program owner defines the rules of the certification, the scheme owner, and they appoint an accreditation agency in most cases. They acknowledge the certification by other mechanisms and sets the rules for certification that I've mentioned early. This program owner is for international rule, which is ISO 17067, setting the rules for certification. These are the founding elements for technical standards that contribute to ensure the credibility of the certification programs. As Patrick mentioned, quite frequently, the certification agency is also the one setting the standard. Often the standard is set by a certification process.
Now, this world is a bit more complex, meaning there are several standards and international standards that are developed by international agencies. Journey through in the US, in European Union, they have local countries, local entities that do their own standards for national, so national, regional, international. Now, the standard levels, one is institutional, like ABNT, ISO, IEC, ITU, FAO, which are international standardization agencies, and private agencies developed by accreditation programs such as MSCC, SSC, FSCC, Global Gap, etc. So in this case, they develop the certification, and the conventionally speaking, they do differently. Privately and international, they have parallel mechanisms. Now, moving to the ISO standards as certification accreditation fisheries, just like mentioned before, Brazil has 3 standards by BNT, especially by agriculture, as we can see on the screen. And ISO has been introducing several standards. They don't have specific standards as to certifiable or creditable for fishing activities, but there are some that actually help the developments. I just listed some for you, such as seafood product carbon footprint, standards for fishing vessels, trade standards. These are elements that the certification programs can use, and they actually use in order to support their activities when it comes to specific certification accreditation. So we go back to the core question. Do the standards actually help to bring more credibility? But there are more core questions that Nigel actually raised in the first morning question. It's about clarity, as what issue are you solving? What is the problem you are addressing, as to what is on mind, so that certification accreditation can help? What is the specific kind of contribution that accreditation and certification can give to resolve these problems? And that includes solving what in the end you'll be certifying: food safety, sustainability, labor issues, and labor security. because all by answering these questions, you can have a toolkit, identify and develop standards, understand what is the most applicable certification and system. And I would say the core question is to understand that the best accreditation or certification is the one that meets the demands that come from the clients and customers and consumers, meaning it's useless to get to the trade, to a market that is concerned about food safety with standards concerning labor safety, or the market is thinking about sustainability with livestock, for example, with quality management seal. So that also implies that this kind of certification accreditation, besides addressing and solving issues that are acquired from the consumers, is also they're also acknowledged by them, and that is the importance of the role of the standards, international, national, and specific program standards coming from private sector. I think in a very summarized manner, this I wanted to share. I just want to highlight the one aspect that the same way that here we have national standard levels, we also have national systems where most likely all countries have their own systems and national levels, and those private systems usually are systems that are above countries, meaning supranational. They call themselves international, and they use the same technical principles. They use a distinct organizational structure and framework. This is what I had. This is it from me. I think I've kept my time, and I thank you for the attention. I'm available for the panel and discussion. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, José Augusto. You have kept the time established and set, and I thank you for the quality, for the clarity of your message. For me, your presentation really helped understand, because we're here talking about something that is very complex, very not easy to address, and your presentation was very thorough, very clear indeed. Thank you. And it has to be addressed, and all aspects need to be dealt with and addressed, because they all interact and they all concern the final product, which is ultimately the certification, the actual accreditation. That actually leads me and motivates me to congratulate the event organizers, not only for the quality of the content being presented and the speakers who have been invited to speak, and the running order. I think the running order also plays an influence. And that makes it very more active, and there's ideas being organized, and all the ends, all the loose ends that need to be put together in a very didactic manner, in a very clear manner. So I am confident that really has helped with the global perception and everybody's understanding, participation, and attendance in this beautiful event. So again, I just wanted to put this on record, my acknowledgement. Thank you. Now we're gonna try and address questions and issues that have been submitted, and following the quality of the presentations. Now, due to the quality, for the good or bad, the quality of the presentations, we have an avalanche. We're overwhelmed. We have a lot of questions being submitted. Carlos, excuse me, before we start addressing questions, can I very briefly make a comment? Sure. I think there was not enough time for me in my presentation. I wanted to talk about the IMETRO international work. You spoke. IMETRO is actually part of several international treaties and agreements that enables IMETRO and to have accredited organizations to have their results accepted all over the world, certification and prior results, and also accredited outside Brazil. Our work is not only limited to the Brazilian territory. Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing this to the table. And apologies, official apologies for failing to mention that, for not actually highlighting that particular point in a clear manner. My intent was actually to bring Imetro closer to the international community. But again, now you put it on record quite clearly how Imetro activities are actually also international and how Imetro develops international activities. And here, on the record, my most profound congratulations to the competent work you develop. And I would like to have, and I have had the opportunity to, in several occasions, to actually see different areas, different work being developed by Imetro and the importance Imetro has in this kind of initiative. So here is my congratulations and public acknowledgement to our community. Now, moving on to our Q&A. I'm going to try and organize the questions so that we can be more efficient with our dynamics. So, because we have Aldonei just speaking, let's have him first. There's a question by Dagnino. Dagnino is asking, what's witnessing and how or when is it used? And then when a witnessing of a noticing happen, witnessing, when, under what conditions, what is it, under what circumstances does this witnessing process take practice in a certifying accrediting organization? Can a certification witnessing can lose its accreditation? It's part of the question. So this question is for you, Aldonei. Right. First, I'm going to speak about witnessing. Means it comes from the word witness in English. It's part of our activities where we check the performance of an accreditation agency, whatever they're doing. So inspection, surveillance, so in lock on all sites, we actually see how they do their activity, how they run their activity. And it's part of our accreditation process. I'm going to give you an example so that you better understand the difference. The accreditation agency, like me before, the other speaker said, we do something called office assessment, where we go to the management system, all the record keeping, the roles, the processes, etc. But at accreditation agency office, you cannot check the field performance. So we actually go with them. We actually join them, how they do the audit of accreditation. That's what we call witnessing. So we're witnessing how we observe how they do their assessments. So, and that is not only for the field work, but throughout the phase that we call maintenance. So we do 1 or 2 or 3 witnesses per year, plus the office assessment. It actually depends on the volume of visits we need to accredit. Second question is about the canceling of an accreditation or a certification. Yes, once we identify that the one does not meet the specific criteria, accreditation criteria, we take action. Either we suspend because we understand it's something temporary, or full canceling. If we understand it's critical, that can't be addressed in a short period of time. So you see, there are several agencies that are suspended or fully canceled. This is actually natural in the process. I don't know if I've addressed everything. Have I? Carlos, you are on mute. Oh, apologies. I didn't pass the certification process on the moderator from. Right. Now, Aldonei, another question for you. It's not really a question. It's actually a comment. This is a remark by André Burger. By the way, he sends you warm regards, Ervas. Okay, Dr. Aldonei, in 2016, tilapia got the ASC seal. Would you please give an example by giving the names? We would have product tilapia, proprietary, ASC system, conformity or compliance, control union Peru was the accreditation, ASI. So this is an observation. So I'm going to skip this. Right. Let's ask a question to Dr. Ervas from ASI. Also from Dagnino, this question by Dagnino. And the question is it possible to lose accreditation or to lose to have an organization lose accreditation? In what cases, what circumstances? Can you please explore further? Mr. Ervas, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Is it Antonio Ervas? Ervas? It's actually Ervas. Oh, okay.
Ervas.
My name is Ervas. There's a stress. It doesn't matter, really.
It's okay. Yeah, the accent on the A, you know, Ervas. But yeah, but that's okay. So the answer is yes. It's similar to the previous speaker, and how they lose accreditation. Or so is then generally speaking, when we do an audit, the result can be non-conformities. Non-conformities are raised when the certification body does not follow accreditation requirements. So they don't implement the standard as required by the standard setter, and we raise a non-conformity. The non-conformity can be minor, major, and then the accreditation, the certification body shall close that non-conformity. If they don't manage to close the non-conformity, they would go into a suspension status, and they have, generally speaking, it can vary, 6 months to leave the suspension. So, for example, if we find that they don't have a system to be able to implement activities in an impartial manner, so they would have to improve the system, and if they don't demonstrate that in a time frame that they can close those non-conformities that have been open, their accreditation would be terminated. But as previously has been said, depending on the risk and depending on the basically the risk and the severity of the non-conforming activity, a suspension can be triggered immediately, or even the accreditation, the certification body could be accreditation could be terminated also immediately, but it's not common. Commonly, as I said, we open non-conformities, the certification body has to manage those non-conformities, they have to close them. If they don't manage to close them, they get suspended. If they don't manage to close those non-conformities during the suspension status, their accreditation is terminated. During the suspension status, still they are accredited, but they are not allowed to, generally speaking, to take new clients, to issue certification. They might be able to carry out surveillance activities, but they will have a lot of conditions around it until they are able to lift the suspension. So yeah, in summary, that's how it works. Thanks. You are muted.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Again, eu vou aproveitar a participação ainda.
Again, I'm going to get advice. I have a thought-provoking advice. I have a thought-provoking comment to you from Federico. It wasn't me, though. It was the other Federico. It was our Federico from the previous panel. It's this other Federico, Federico Rodrigues dos Santos, okay? And the comment is thought-provoking, food for thought, and it goes. All actions to get certification for capturing processing of fishes represent cost to the industry. And all that is ultimately paid by the consumer. So I'm going to insist on the aspect of incentivize to modernize the fishing fleet and vessels to improve the efficiency of capturing fish in the oceans, with the consequent increase of margins and profits for fishermen, so that they can become resource to invest on certification. Yeah, and bit of segue on this particular point. Márcio Borges makes a comment on top of that, and he says, I quote, I agree with Commander Frederico. Not our Frederico, the other Frederico. That's why he thought it was me, right? The other Federico. And he says, I quote, I agree, Federico, as to the modernization of the fleet. This fleet modernization can also be fostered in helping Torremolinos Treaty requirements. What does Hervás think of this thought-provoking comment?
Hervás está
about
Hervás, you're on mute.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I have to ask exactly what the comment is, because I could follow the comment about the cost and modernization of fishing industry and all that, but is any specific that I should comment on?
O que então insistirei no
He says, I quote, I insist on the aspect of modernizing the fishing fleet as to improve ocean capturing, because that will increase the margin for fishermen, and that will turn into resource that can be invested on certification. You see what he's saying? He's thinking of a strategy to generate resource that can be applied for the certification from the possibility of getting further gains coming from modernizing the actual capturing fishing fleet, the vessels. And Márcio made a comment about the Torremolinos Treaty. He made a comment on top of that. Let me see if I find the details here.
But I can comment on that. On that, I would comment, and actually, through my experience of looking at fisheries all around the world, I was quite impressed, and coming from Spain, I was quite impressed when I went to the North Sea in Germany, and I could see that fishermen, their businesses did really work, and they didn't want to fish more. They were fishing even less than they weren't allowed to, because they were controlling prices. They were business, good business people. But the key thing here, although I would agree about modernization, yes, but the key thing here is good fisheries management. So if you have good fisheries management and you have sustainable stocks, well managed, most likely the revenue is going to be high, and the fishermen will be able to add value to their activities. And one of the tools is certification. It could be other tools. Certification, we are talking here, certification as a tool to make sure that we have sustainably well-managed fisheries, but also as a tool to access the market and to. So I think my key point here is that what I've seen around the world, when I see good stories, is when in those cases where fisheries are well managed, and this is the key topic. And in the MSC, we have 3 principles, and actually equally important. And principle 3 is about a good governance and good fisheries management. And it is one of the difficult ones, because sometimes it doesn't really depend on the fishermen. It fully depends on government, and this is one of the most difficult obstacles sometimes for interested parties, fishermen, to obtain certification. But in a way, it's telling us that still, if they cannot obtain certification, still the fishery is not well managed, and therefore it might be problems in terms of getting enough revenue to afford certification. So yeah, so I don't disagree with modernization and having effective selective gear types, and of course that's part also of the standard. But I think overall is having a good management system in place that ensure that fishermen can fish and have a good living, and they are not just surviving, you know. So that would be my comment. Yeah.
Ok, muito obrigado.
Great, thank you. Irvas, thank you so much. Now I am going to get Mr. Patrick Mallet on the ask him a question. And we have a question into Mr. Mallet. A question by Gonçalo Velasco, professor. Mr. Mallet, where can we begin if we want to build a national Brazilian accreditation certification system? Where to begin? The Ministry of Agriculture, Fishermen Trade Association, where do you think what would be the starting point? Officially, from the government or from the private sector? Where should that come from? And what route to take? Next question, one more question. There's one more question for you, if I may. If you can also address the next question. Dagnino is asking the following question. We have a lack of reliable data on fishing and aquaculture. So the lack of reliable data, does it make it in practice difficult to be sustainable, would you say? These are the two questions for you, Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So to the first question, I think that at a national level, in order to have a successful certification and accreditation program, it is important to first identify who are the critical stakeholders, which individuals and organizations are going to need to buy into the end result, to participate in this process and see value from participating. Now, it is always useful if the government can take a leadership role, but sometimes, particularly in multi-stakeholder processes where you want to bring different stakeholders together and give them decision-making responsibilities, so importantly, to make sure that they have a voice in how the standard gets developed, that it may not be possible for the government to take a leadership role, in which case it's often a collaboration between civil society, NGOs, and businesses, with government participating. Within Brazil, you have already such a strong infrastructure of certification and accreditation, including standards development, that it's important to use the existing institutions, but also importantly to remember that as you look to the relationship between any national initiative and the international market, that you need to be consistent with what's happening internationally. So whether that is MSC or ASC existing systems, it's always useful to think about the extent to which an existing program serves the same needs or meets the same needs that you have for developing a national program. And then I would say another important feature is to really make sure that when you're developing the process, you're very clear on what the objectives or outcomes need to be, and that you clearly communicate this to all the stakeholders so that they know what the goal is and that they can align around that goal so that everyone is pulling in the same direction. Can you repeat the second question from Dagnino?
A falta
the lack of reliable data and statistics on aquaculture, on fishing, would you say that makes sustainability harder in practice?
Yeah, thanks. Absolutely. I mean, I think fishing is somewhat different from other sectors because it does rely a lot on data on fisheries health and stock health, data on environmental impacts. And it is clearly the case with particularly fisheries in emerging economies that sometimes the data is not as robust as in other countries. And yet I think also Brazil is in a strong position where you have a strong network of institutions that have and maintain data, and I assume also have good data for the fisheries sector as a whole. So I think it is a critically important piece in understanding the health and viability of the fish stocks, but I also believe that Brazil is in a good position here. Thank you, and I think Heras has his hand up also.
Obrigado, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. Now, a question submitted to José Augusto. And this question is from Dagnino. What is the world scenario when it comes to certification and accreditation? What would you say are the role model countries in these areas, would you say? I thought Dagnino was a friend. These questions, oh wow, that's a curveball. Antonio Ervas raised his hand. Would you like to make a comment? Would you like to address something? Ervas?
Just quickly, in relation to the previous question.
Adelante.
It's just for, I don't know if it's relevant or not, but just to let people know that for the MSc for fisheries, although data is obviously very important, the MSc has a methodology for fisheries with no data to be able to get certified. So, and this is where, and basically is performed, the certification process performed doing a risk analysis approach. So it's a qualitative assessment, it's not quantitative. And it is quite complex because it needs the involvement of all stakeholders in order to gather that qualitative expert information that might not be in a stock assessment or in data recorded, but it is possible. So I think the MSc tries to not to discriminate fisheries that they didn't have the time or effort or money to invest in quantitative information, and it's still possible to demonstrate good practices, because at the end of the day, it's about being precautionary in how you manage your resources and how you make sure that you don't impact on the environment. So the more data you have, the closer to the cliff you can be. The less data you have, more you have to stay away from that edge. Yeah, so that's the concept. So still you can certify fisheries with no data, but it is adopting the precautionary approach might be it might be areas where data need to be collected during certification, or but still is a possibility. Okay, so if there is any fishery there that is thinking about trying to get certified and demonstrate good management practice, the qualitative assessments are performed also by assessment teams under the MSc scheme. Okay, so just to say that. Thank you.
Gracias, Antonio. Me deu tempo de pensar pouco melhor na
Thank you,
resposta.
Antonio. You just gave me time to further think about the question that was asked of me, the curveball. Thank you. No, all other questions were very much focused on sustainability certification, but also ones connected to the stock issues like MSc. But the question is broader. There are several types of certification, right? I am not an expert on the fishing world scenario. I know, circumstantially speaking, culture MSc, in particular, I know a little bit more. Now, thinking about the portfolio I mentioned, I spoke about sustainability certification. The sustainability certification essentially today in the market, there are 2 or 3 initiatives, international and supranational like the MSCs, which is more than international, is more disseminated around the world. The figures that Antonio showed, 12% of all the fish today are certified by SC, and that is about sustainability, environmental sustainability of stock application. But others and other interventions in the other intervention spoke about initiatives such as that from the previous speaker. Usually they work with a one international accredited like ASI and others, and that here in the domain of private standards like other schemes you mentioned, ISO and IEC. When we speak about food safety, the context is different. When we speak about food safety, we have ISO with a major role, meaning there's more presence of national systems to have a relation there. There are fish certification initiatives happening in the US, Japan, all championed by government agencies. They're voluntary, but they come from the public sector. And when we address other about aspects like labor aspects, very little. There is not enough knowledge or enough look on that. As the quality, some work and major or most certification involve a custody chain. So they process and distribute ocean products to land, and then go end to end from capture, then the distribution to other networks. Now, bit of segue and connecting to the previous question, okay? The certification program growth, increased growth are similar to these, meaning depending on what certification is needing a luxury. It's a cost. It is expenditure. It at a certain point it becomes an investment. In more mature markets, it's absolutely key to be in a market. It's not to actually conquer market, but in order to lose market. And this is the case from several European countries and northern countries, northern hemisphere countries like Germany, for example. You can't sell fish there if you don't have a certification, a sustainability seal or certification of some sort in Germany, for example. So it's like having the equipment in your boat. If you want to stay in business, it's not about voluntary, you'll be out of the game otherwise. But there's also a premium value attached to that. And in this context, several countries, like Patrick just said, they use certification as a voluntary tool or an instrument to increase their competitiveness in this industry. And to do so, they support the industry. Like Patrick mentioned, from the shrimp in Suriname, the states support the companies to equip themselves to train, to get trained, train the people so they stay in the game, get certification so they can actually access markets or keep or find access. That's what I can. I don't know if I know, Patrick, Antonio, I stand corrected. Please feel free to correct me if I said anything out of line here. Thank you so much, José Augusto. With that, we close our panel. I am confident. I would like to actually thank the presence and participation of all our speakers who have enriched our debate. Very intense discussion, very interesting to have you in our event. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite Commander Federico to join us so that we can do a brief summary of what happened in today's event and invite everybody to tomorrow's activities. Commander Federico?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Levy. These were very rich presentations from very qualified people. So I will try to summarize as briefly as I can, if you allow me, but starting with Dr. Jairo, the vision of the Secretary of Aquaculture and Fishing in Brazil. He presented very important numbers for the aquaculture and fishing production, and he also remembered that we have algae production. The participation of Brazil is still low, both in production and consumption, less than 1% of worldwide consumption and production. And he drew attention to the need to have the participation of public power in the certification, traceability, sustainability. He's had comparative advantages and opportunities, and this certification for Brazil represents a major opportunity. He presented good practice examples looking at the certification, including hygienic and some legal provisions that are available for hygiene and sanitation practices. And he concluded how the Secretary can promote incentives in certification for fishing and aquaculture in Brazil. Dr. Nigel Croft presented the certification, providing the confidence in the chain of custody, quality, and sustainability. He was succinct and he was very educational. He defined what is certification, he presented the needs and expectations, he emphasized the need to define criteria, and he alerted that there are systems that are well defined in several countries. And also that there are different requirements in the market that are more and more demanding. The requirements of the consumers, requirements for international market certification that provides the confidence that the requirements are being truly met. This would be the main role of certification. Now, the first and fundamental step in developing the Brazilian system is to define the requirements that need to be met. Dr. Cynthia, I have watched her presentation a few days before, and I was happy to see that we are not at ground zero. There's still a lot to do to establish the certification, but we have already started moving forward. And she presented several initiatives, guides for consumption, seminars for fishing and aquaculture, proposal for the Alliance, Brazilian Fishery, Sustainable Fishery Alliance, the participation of the company in Global Seafood Regimes Alliance, the participation in her company in the Global Hub for the Conservation Alliance for Seafood Solutions, the commitment of Carrefour from the Eurostar Group, the Project Wave of Change, an initiative of Open Tuna, the Atlantic Alliance for Sustainable Tuna, the Our Fishing Project, the ICMBio and Shell Catch Partners, the Open Tuna Initiative once more, and from Oceana, the Albatross Project, and from Tamar Project in Redsen. Dr. Alun Lem, he started with a few key points emphasizing the purposes of certification, namely sustainability, access to markets, and cooperative communication. And he followed by saying that the process was started in 1982 with the UN Convention on the Sea Law and with the adherence of FAO until we got to the establishment of ASI. With actions related to the topic. Then presented the Global Initiative for Sustainable Production of Food Coming from the Sea, the Global Sustainable Initiative. They moved forward with some considerations on market access, including with quite a deal of emphasis on the importance of corporate communication. And he concluded with a few perspectives, highlighting aspects of technology ecosystems, and inclusive actions. Dr. Tiago Isidoro presented the challenges of health surveillance in fish producing establishments divided into three aspects: fish, industry, and surveillance. In the first part, he discussed the reasons, the biochemical reasons that lead to fast deterioration of fish, the ways of capture, and the products resulting from this deterioration. In the second portion, he discussed the difficulties of having a fish process, common errors that make it difficult and delay the approval and the registration of an establishment and the labeling. In the third part, he discussed the adaptations in the profile of surveillance with new legislation. And something caught my eye. I don't see, not seeing it as the villain, but as a defense mechanism for the consumer, for a healthier product, even if it's not certified. I apologize if I was not able to discuss all points, but at times we have to write down a bit fast to try not to miss anything. Thank you for the opportunity. Professor Levy, the floor is now yours. Thank you, Frederico. Throughout the second panel, which is quite recent, a summary would be a bit redundant. I would just confirm that the proposal of the panel of talking about aspects of accreditation, certification, the normatization process, technical normatization in fishing and agriculture were quite well explored and clarified in several different topics. Obviously, the complexities involved were identified, the major challenges that we see in this process due to several issues, considering its large nature, its expensive nature. But from the point of view of the development of the lectures in our panel, the topics were duly clarified, in my opinion, and they consolidate the experience accumulated in many of the issues in the topic. So we just have to confirm the quality of the presentations. They were appropriate and they have shown the scenario that we have available and the challenges that need to be faced in the case of Brazil in particular. So I now will summarize still the schedule for tomorrow. I'd like to invite you all to participate. It'll start at 9 a.m. where we will have a lecture on the certification process for the Gialza company from Spain, followed by a debate. Then we'll have the number 3 panel that will deal with issues involved with the certification of fishing and agriculture in a global manner. And it's several international dimensions. We will have the participation of Rodrigo Balanco from MSc Certification for Fishing, responsible for the Latin American region. We will have and Tori Expense from NOAA, the division that is responsible for the issues in related to fishing and agriculture in general. And also, we'll have the participation of Greg Ball from Global Dialogue on Seafood Traceability. Panel 4 will present a discussion on the general view of fishing in Brazil from the point of view of fishers and the entrepreneurs involved in the sector, which will provide with the expectation that we will have presented a strong and wide support base so we can move forward in the matter of certification of fishing and agriculture in Brazil, which is a topic that is quite necessary, quite important, and that presents us many questions, many challenges. So we can have back our MC, Flavia. The word is now yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Carlos, Mr. Federico, for this difficult task of summarizing such a rich contest that we could all see throughout the morning. We will say goodbye for now after seeing all this rich content, and we hope you had a wonderful morning filled with high quality, relevant content. We hope you all have a great day, and we will see you tomorrow again at 9 a.m. And you can be sure that Sembra is on the right direction to achieve its certification for fishing and agriculture with credibility and self-sustained as presented here. I hope you all have an excellent day, and to all the speakers that were with us so kindly. See you tomorrow.